Everybody. Looks like I was a bit premature in starting the game, or the stream rather. The game's still loading, but I think you can deal with the slightly out of character space background for our Imperator game. There we go. So this always takes a little while to load the first time I open it up. I apologize for it's still an on-time start given the sort of the band I give myself, but it is a later start relative to how I normally want to go. I normally kind of want a sharp 7. The man who has suffered shipwreck shudders even at a calm sea, by my favorite poet. But yeah, what I was doing, I was recording another Surviving Mars episode, which I didn't get a chance to do over the weekend. I had a couple of other priorities. Fortunately, there was a challenge with so I tried recording 2 videos at once. One of them was it was one designed for Twitch because I noticed that Twitch doesn't give me transcodes for the vodcasts. And then the other one was me sort of recording it at a bit rate that I thought was more appropriate for YouTube. Now, as it turns out, that puts a very heavy demand on my system, so the frame rate dips below 60 frames per second, so that wasn't an appropriate choice either. But I'll make that work. Anyways, this does mean that there will be some Surviving Mars content on Thursday, which I hope those of you who like those more relaxing streams get a chance to see. For those of you wondering where I was on Friday, I did my best to announce this on Twitter and on the Discord, but I realize some of you only follow me on Twitch. And for those purposes, I was actually on Steam. Now, we had a lot of technical problems with that stream, so regrettably, it may not have been one that you were able to watch, but we did 10 hours of Cultist Simulator, and it was the new Priest DLC. So I believe Jim the Eternal was also someone. Actually, I believe they did it right at the beginning of the Ludonarracon stream. But anyways, there's a nice big, 10-hour video that I actually was able to stitch it together. So hopefully we'll have that up on YouTube before too long. But yeah, that's where I was on Friday. I didn't skip the cast. In fact, I did almost... it's actually an 11-hour cast. I'm shortchanging myself. I almost did a 3-in-1 cast. Now, there will be something tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be Daggerfall or something special, but there will not be a normal stream on Wednesday. I might try and do an early one, depending on how I can make that work. But I'm going to be at Dirty Rectangles on Wednesday, but hopefully we can do something for Thursday. At the very least, there'll be something for YouTube on Thursday. Again, one of those more relaxing Surviving Mars streams. And then Friday is sort of a free day for me, so I'll figure out what I'm doing there. I also know people do like watching Stellaris. I'm still trying to figure out a good way to get that into the rotation. So maybe I'll finish up The Walking Dead on Friday, and that'll free up my my Friday for some Stellaris. Or maybe I'll do that on a Saturday. We'll see. Anyways, Imperator. I really like this game. I realize we talked about it yesterday. It's one that's got a pretty wide division between the critical consensus for the game versus the sort of the fan reaction or the Steam reaction to it. I can sort of understand why. I didn't go into too much detail, but I sort of alluded to the fact that I think there were very high expectations for this game. And there are definitely some issues with it, but I definitely feel like if I go by the Steam rating, that this is an underappreciated game, and it's going to be one that that people look back at and really enjoy. I'll maybe put it to you this way. I actually put more time in this game than I do Hearts of Iron 4. And Hearts of Iron 4 has definitely grown in popularity since it came out. So we'll see. I mean, I definitely do not have... I do not have my finger on the pulse of the gaming community with regards to, knowing what's going to be popular. But I definitely think Imperator has maybe been a little... I think it's been a little hard done by going by Steam reviews. I think the critical reviews are a little more bad. The critical reviews are not just glowing, but I think it's been a little more fairly evaluated in terms of what it is and its merits as a game, as opposed to people's expectations of a Rome game from Paradox. And I'm looking forward to what happens to this as they sort of unpack all the ideas that they have for the game. But as it stands right now, there's definitely some nuances that I'm learning. And this is actually one of the reasons why I'm struggling on a start, because I've got a few thoughts. So one thing I want to do is to try Rome again. And particularly I want to try Rome considering all of the lessons that I learned from the previous playthrough. I think one thing that I neglected to do in the previous playthrough was manage my population a little bit better. The decisions that I was making in terms of upgrading cities, they are not the decisions that I would make again. I do like the fact that they start with iron. But yeah, it's I definitely feel like I have some ideas in terms of how I would play Rome now that I've got a little bit of experience under my belt. So in one sense, there's sort of the final graduation, which is, okay, we're on a new patch. I'm going to do a Rome playthrough, and we'll see just how Rome I can be. The other one I was considering was, I do rather like the idea of starting as Syracuse. Agathocles is a very interesting character from history, and I sort of like this idea of starting with something that doesn't have iron to begin with and seeing if I can take on a big target like Carthage. One of the things that's neat about Rome is building yourself to a point where you can challenge Carthage, and Syracuse, one of your main efforts, well, it doesn't have to be, but one of the things you can try and do is unite Sicily, form Sicily. And like I said, it's kind of interesting to start without access to iron and see whether or not, unlike Rome, where sort of you become a great power that can challenge or a rising power that can challenge Syracuse, or not Syracuse, Carthage. Syracuse in its history had challenges with Carthage. So that's an interesting one. And then, of course, there's a recommended start. So Rome, as our game starts, Rome has begun to establish hegemony over surrounding tribes and cultures, sparring frequently with its neighbors. The Second Samnite War finished mere months ago, cementing Rome's position as a local power. The looming threat of the Etruscans and the Carthaginians requires cautions, yet Rome's economy far exceeds its appearance as a territorially emergent state. Now, another totally different style of play, and Egypt did very well for itself in the last save that we were working on. So Egypt, Ptolemy's Lagid dynasty holds a firm grip on the incredibly fertile Nile Delta. Having recently suffered a crushing naval defeat at the hands of Demetrius and Antigonus's first son, the Egyptian navy is practically non-existent. Nonetheless, the condensed economy of the Nile Delta provides a fantastic income base for military reorganization. Care should be taken, however, as the majority of the Egyptian population is of differing culture and religion to that of their Greek overlords. So actually, let's think a little bit. So I know roughly what I would do with Rome. So how would I approach Egypt? Would we try to expand out? We'd maybe try to take Cyrenaica. I mean, it sort of feels like our expansion options to the south wouldn't be all that substantial. So maybe we lock this up and we head after Phrygia. So that'd be an interesting thought. Carthage is definitely one that I've been considering because it would be really neat to play sort of a what if. I also like the fact that it says difficulty normal. So Carthage has prospered for many centuries before our game begins, holding a number of coastal cities around the Mediterranean. Several subjects continue to pay them tribute, and naval dominance rests firmly in Carthaginian hands. Such a decentralized state is not without problems, however, with care required in maintaining the loyalty of far-flung provinces. And this is definitely going to be a challenging one for me. So essentially, I need to take care of this whole coast. And then there's the question, do I want to try and take Sicily? Do I want to try and move north? Do I want to try and unite Iberia under my banner? Do I want to mop up my work in Northern Africa? There's definitely a few ways I can go, and I'm not 100% sure what the best option for Carthage would be. So I mean that does lend itself to some interesting possibilities. There's Macedon. So Macedon, whilst a highly militarized state, was never the richest part of Alexander's empire. The incumbent Antipatrid dynasty, however, has spent many years improving the general infrastructure of the region and combating any threats to their perceived right to rule. The other successor empires in the east pose quite a threat, and the possibility of large-scale war is always on the horizon. I could play the Seleucids. The Seleucid dynasty, held by Seleucus Nicator, controls the largest of the successor states at our game's onset. Whilst the sprawling empire can summon up vast hosts of soldiers, the proximity of the Marius in the east and the power Phrygian state under Antagonus in the west can result in conflict in two entirely different spheres. The ruling class consists primarily of Greek nobles, which can often cause conflict with the various cultural groups within Seleucid territory. To add to the situation, a number of dependencies rely on Seleucid support, with some entirely contrasting agendas. And then we have Phrygia. Phrygia is the most central of the successor empires, boasting a sizable army, navy, and economy. Antagonus himself is the oldest of the successors, and is viewed with distinct enmity by his peers and neighbors. With a large number of dependent states, Phrygia must balance a bitter diplomatic situation, disloyal subjects, and an alien ruler in order to succeed. Out of the options that are not listed under recommended nations, obviously this sort of recommended as a sandbox. You can sort of unite, you can unite this area, and then you can focus on the west. Obviously, there's also... Oh, wait, no, it's not the reverse Alexander achievement. You need to do that as anything but these guys. Some other options that aren't listed as recommended. Obviously, we can go for our Pyrrhic victory. See if I can make it happen as Pyrrhus. Or I could try as a tribal ruler. Maybe I want to make Gaul, or maybe I want to start on Noob Island, as people like to call it in Crusader Kings. I mean, this might be an interesting start, just to try and figure out how to play a tribal start. I was originally going to do Syracuse, but it did occur to me privately, I've actually got a Syracuse Iron Man game going, and I don't want to get mistaken between the two starts. So I was originally going to try Syracuse, but I'm actually going to save that for the future. I want to finish that playthrough myself, so I don't mix up the two saves. So my three choices right now are Egypt, Carthage, or Rome. I don't feel a particular marriage to Egypt at the moment. So I'm going to do Rome again. Because I actually think, if I'm completely honest, I like the idea of doing an Iron Man playthrough, taking the lessons that I learned. I can crank it up to very hard, but I wondered... So apparently it's very easy still eligible for achievements? I don't know. But yeah, let's do a normal start, I think. Setting AI countries will receive bonuses that human players will not. Be more aggressive. Substantial bonuses. AI countries will be more aggressive. Yeah, so I don't know if it improves any of the AI at all. We'll just do normal for now. All right, took me 15 minutes to figure all this out. So as you can see, lots of Lots of save files. I can actually probably delete some of these. Start with Rome. Senatus Populus Romanus. For over 20 years, the nascent Roman Republic has fought a harsh campaign against Samnite people to the south. Although victory often seemed far from grasp, the war ended in Rome's favor, resulting in the liberation of the important Greek city of Neapolis. The Samnites, however, having retreated to lick their wounds, are far from defeated. In the north, the Etruscan people eye the expansion of the Republic with apprehension, and to the south, myriad Greek city-states plot behind one another's backs, all the while appealing to their benefactors in Greece for aid. On the far-flung island of Sicily, the foreign invasion of the mysterious Carthaginian Empire threatens to upset the precarious balance of power in the region. Will Rome rise victorious or fall to internal strife and barbaric hordes? The fate of the Republic rests in your hands. For the Republic. Okay, so we're starting off. What do we want to do? Well, number one, we already have access to iron in the capital. I can either look under the, not trade routes, trade goods. Still haven't learned the map options yet. There we go. So iron right here. Obviously, it'd be nice to maybe take some from Etruria, but one thing at a time. So that sorted. The important thing to remember with Rome is that you have you get a bunch of casus belli just by existing. So I would argue there's less reason to waste your diplomatic points on getting them. In fact, one of the things that I'm going to try and incorporate in my playthrough this time is the fact that you naturally gain CBs as you conquer. So I'm going to try and do that. I'm going to focus on that first. If I lose momentum, if I'm not able to take other regions, then I will start considering using oratory power to sort of advance that effort. But for now, I'm actually going to be focusing on basically using what the game gives me, and to view that essentially as sort of free oratory. For example, let's say I wanted to... Actually, no, the better example is Samnium. So we'll open diplomacy. So, okay, can't declare war yet, fair enough. But covert actions, fabricate a claim, right now, that'll cost me 180. That'll take out my oratory power. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to focus instead on my ability to convert convert people into citizens and make them better researchers. That's sort of where I'm going to be going with that. I don't believe we start with any casus belli. Let's see, diplomacy. Granting military access, allowed military access. Definitely doesn't indicate. There is a little bit of an argument for me to try and incorporate these guys, but I am going to start off pretty aggressively with, with some wars. So, all right, first things first. Let's assign some commanders. So we currently have the First Legion, and we'll put my my top guy on it. Actually, let's make sure that we put a civic leader there. Okay, I can get an invention, but let's make some decisions first in terms of what else we do. Okay, First Navy. This is less important, but put Marcus Fulvius Curvus in charge of the Navy for now. I may regret this. I may want to put them in another role, but we've got a few scorned families, but I don't really want to mess around with the distribution of offices right now. So I can afford an invention, and I can also call down an omen. So let's start, before I call down the omen, let's actually bring up the religion screen, because of course we have stability just like in the other Paradox games. And the question, okay, so 268, I actually think I should probably boost the stability. I think I'm going to do that first rather than rather than call down an omen. An omen's going to take up almost all of my religious power, so I think it's probably better for me to wait we currently have +6, so essentially we'll wait a year, we'll do a sacrifice to the gods to get our stability up, and then we'll, I'll consider calling down some omens at that point. I don't think there's any other use for religious power. Actually, you know what, there might be a... yeah, there's also conversion, but we don't need to worry about religious conversion right now. Okay, so we'll sit on we'll sit on the omen for a bit. Now we have enough invention for two. We have enough civic power for 2 inventions. So I can go. I know I'm going to be doing conquests ahead of time, so that I can focus on making my my army stronger. Alternatively, I can focus. Starting experience would also be good because I'm going to be building. I'm essentially going to be building the legions that I will conquer the world with. At this point, I can do income producing improvements. Okay, so you know what? Let's start with number 1. Let's do learning on the job, and that's because I know I'm going to be recruiting some armies right off the bat. So learning on the job. It is said that the best way to learn is by doing. We expect that our recruits will learn swiftly with a sword in their hands, or they will die. Okay, so my other options are military tech investment, income improvements. I would probably want to make it for taxes because that's my largest source of income right now. Fabricate claim cost I'm not going to worry about because the game will give me some. So, herbalism makes the most sense because a technology speed of 5% versus military tech investment. I think herbalism is the broader benefit. So in this case, we'll take this one. Knowledge of the plants and herbs which surround us can have uses beyond which many would expect. From birth control to medicine, we cannot underestimate botany. So everything went up there. So I think that's a good use of the starting civics points. Now, we also have some government. I think I delayed bringing these in for too long when I first started, so we'll say we can... Okay, so what we'll do here... Actually, I'm slightly curious. Can I... All right, I know this mechanic changed a bit, but yeah, we'll. I just wanted to make sure I didn't need a tech for that. So I think what we'll do, we're gonna be building triremes not right away, but I do think I should prepare for that. So we'll do permanent shipyards. We'll do martial ethos. Trireme establishment of permanent shipyards capable of constructing vessels of war will ensure that skilled shipwrights are always at our beck and call. Next up, we'll go for the martial ethos. So this will give us bonus morale to our armies, ensuring that our soldiers and veterans hold a prestigious place in the social hierarchy is key to their contentment and loyalty. And then we have an oratory idea that we can bring in. So this is either sanctioned privileges, which will reduce our monthly corruption, military administration, which will improve the loyalty of my generals and admirals, or hospitium, which will maximize sort of the improve opinion. Now, I might... Actually, this is a tough call, because usually my generals wind up being pretty loyal. In this case, I think I'm actually going to take hospitium. Now, this is not a necessarily that great of idea at the very start for me, because I'm going to be angering a lot of people with my aggressive expansion. However, I'm putting the points in now. Hey, Dan Van Dam, thank you very much for the host. What I'm going to do here, this is anticipating my next sort of calm down phase. So I want to take the advantages of filling up my ideas right off the start. I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute. But essentially, I'm not going to get a direct benefit from this at the beginning because I'm going to be pissing people off with aggressive expansion. But what I am doing is instead of spending the 50 to take one and then the other, I'm just going to say, okay, I'm not going to worry about the loyalty. Instead, I'm going to worry about opinion maximums, anticipating what happens in the future. How are you doing? I take it you're an Imperator fan? Are you an Imperator streamer at all? So anyways, the duty of the host should be extended to all those who visit our nation, especially those whom we wish to persuade. So again, no benefit to me right now. I don't want to spend the oratory on improving relations right now, but I'm going to get a bonus to monthly loyalty. So number one, we've kind of already got that taken care of. Freeman happiness is up 10%, and we get one martial, one civic, one oratory, and one religious for our trouble. So just wanting to learn about it, though. Okay, well, this is great. It is going to be an Iron Man game that we play. I should let you know, if you don't mind watching VODs like without the interactivity, I do have my learning streams on YouTube. So the ones where I did this game from the tutorial up to the level of knowledge that I have right now. I actually have a recording of me learning this game. Essentially, except for the Iron Man game I'm playing right now, probably my first, 20 hours or so of Imperator Rome are actually all online. So if that's something that interests you, you do need to sift through all my nonsense, but it was kind of like a solid week of Imperator Rome that I did. So if that's something that would help you learn, definitely you get a chance to see me make my mistakes as well. Or alternatively, you can just get the benefit of all the knowledge that I have right now. So as a quick recap, I filled up these rolls. It did reduce my oratory power down to 50 from 200. The reason for that was because I get, essentially for as long as I have these populated, I'm going to get the bonuses to loyalty, Freeman, happiness, and my 4 points, military, or virtus, gravitas, dignitas, and pietas, or pietas. I'm going to have that essentially for the life of these. So I think this is a reasonable outlay of oratory to begin with. I don't think there's anything I can spend the military power on. In fact, other than the actual actions of your troops, I think it only winds up being used for military traditions. So I'm not too worried about that right now. And then religion, we already said, I'm not going to get the Omen. As much as I'd like the Omen, obviously a boost to research power or my national tax would certainly help. 22% is basically going to translate to roughly another gold, for lack of a better term. But I definitely prefer the benefit that will come from an additional point of stability. If it gives you 5% of everything, basically, national tax will go up 5%, research points will go up 5%, popularity gain, all of these things will be an improvement. So essentially what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait about a year to get the point. Actually, it's 10 months because I should be earning 7 a month now. So 10 months to sacrifice to the gods to improve my stability. And I'm not going to spend on any of as I was saying before, I wouldn't even have the oratory power for it now, but the game will give us some, CBs against neighboring regions. So let's just think for a minute. My potential rivals are the 22 strength of Etruria, the 10 strength of Sabinia, 7 strength of Samnium. So it's a little tricky for me to decide whether or not I want to build another full legion or if I want to focus on infrastructure spending. I'd like to have infrastructure spending, and yet I think another 15 strength legion would be a decent idea. So here's what we're going to do. Let's take a look at recruiting cohorts. So Principes will cost me 10. It would be great if I could get some Equites. So 5 of that's going to cost me, 50, 75. 5 Principes will cost me 50, so in that case we're looking at 100. Yeah, I'm basically emptying my treasury, but that's not terrible. So the way the combat works in that, I think I roughly know how the combat in this game works. So you've got your skirmish phase, essentially the primary cohort. So this is the type of cohort that'll be first to engage the enemy. And I think the way that this works is that these guys sort of fight until their morale is shattered and they run away, or until they're destroyed. And so I think the idea here is you want to have something low morale, high damage, so that it runs away after weakening your opponent's troops. Then the secondary cohort. This is the type of cohort that will be in the second row and will engage the enemy after the primary cohorts have fled or been destroyed. Well, I don't want them to be destroyed. So it makes sense that the heavy infantry would be sort of the main force. This is basically the one you want these guys to win. Otherwise, it means that the battle is over and it didn't turn out to your liking. Because the thing that remains is the flanking cohort. This is the type of cohort that will be placed on the flanks of our army to encircle and cut down the enemy. And essentially the main argument for this one is you want something with high maneuverability because they kind of poke on the edges. The alternative way of thinking about this is your opponent might have a better flank than you. And if that's the case, what you want to do is you want to have sort of a counter. Again, you put the counter to what your opponent's flank is going to be. So maybe I know that the opponent's doing light cavalry, and what I do instead is I put an anti-cavalry unit. So I don't think I get to see what Etruria has. The good news is I don't need to make this decision right now because the way I normally build my units is I sort of begin with one core unit, and then I just do the build to or recruit to army afterwards. So we're just going to sit on that, and we'll see if maybe I can get a peek at Etruria's forces when I unpause. I don't want to spend too much time on it because obviously it'd be nice if I can start building some of these other things right away. But it's really the last decision that I wanted to make. I do think I want at least 30,000 in terms of strength to invade. It's just because I got the experience bonus, it makes sense to get these guys in the field as quickly as I can. So a spark. Publius Sempronius Sophus, by all accounts, is an eligible bachelor and is spending most of his evenings deep in conversation with Curiae Secunda. It would seem that they are getting rather close. The 49-year-old consul wooing the mature 16-year-old oratory is really the only thing that's great. She's got the ambition to get married. She is monotonous. The harsh grating sounds that occur whenever Curiae Secunda opens her mouth have been known to cause crowded rooms to become mysteriously empty. She's proud. Hubris is warned of in Greek tales of old. It would seem that the Curiae Secunda has never much cared for the theater. And righteous. Singular purpose brooks no worldly distraction. She will never accept a bribe. And our rulers, Publius Sempronius Sophus, is jealous, victorious, and wise. So we shouldn't get in the way, or this should be discouraged and she'll gain jealous. No, let's not get in the way. All right, so I'm just moving my fleets to see if we can... there we go. So yes, they have got Principes and... whatever their equivalent of archers are, but... I mean, the Etruscans were... I'm never quite sure what the relationship is, but I believe Rome was essentially Etruscan. Obviously, there's a difference between the two regions, but I believe Rome's full of Etruscans at this point. So I think it would be safe to say that we should expect units similar to us. So let's just take a quick minute here. And again, I think I have roughly an idea of how I want to do these things, but it doesn't hurt to sort of check my assumptions in terms of how I'm going to be structuring my army. So we said that let's consider our first wave units. And I said, I want something that will do as high of damage as possible and then run away. So our options, we do not have Dromedari, Carai, or Equites Sagittari. This is because we don't have the sort of required we don't have the required units or goods rather. We also can't build war elephants in Italy. So let's just take a look at what our candidates would be. It would seem to me that the light units. So we've got the Sagittari, the Auxilia, Velites, and I'll say that probably it's the Principes and the Equites are going to be sort of my main force. So Sagittari will take extra morale damage. This is kind of a virtue just because they're lightweight and they're able to deal damage. They're particularly good against light infantry. But they suffer against light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Now, the nice thing here, also camel cavalry, but I'm pretty sure the Etruscans don't have camels. Now, it is worth taking a quick look at what we're up against. So it would be two archer units and 6 principes. So in this particular case here, they're neutral against the heavy infantry. They don't necessarily get any bonus against archers. So it's like, okay, well, the Sagittari might be well, they're already the default choice. Is there something that we can do better as sort of a first line unit? So let's take morale damage sort of bonuses as our first indicator of a frontline unit. So the Velites are negative 25 morale damage. So this would really be something where I want to sort of tuck in and stay in place. Yeah, I think the archers are kind of your only option. I suppose the alternative here would be something like Dromedari, and you say, okay, I want to put them in the front line and get the bonus against the archers. I suppose you can make the same. So in terms of things that are good against archers, if I just wanted to counter everything that they throw against me, let's say... Sorry, my stomach's getting a little growly. So Equites, Sagittari, Auxilia. Definitely not war elephants. Now again, I guess the Sagittari, the thing is I don't want these guys to be like victory or death. So I think it makes the most sense to just put these guys in the front row. I think the body of our force, it makes sense. Principes, less morale damage. Now, higher attrition weight, so you don't want to have too many of these in a zone. But they are... they're neutral against heavy infantry, neutral against archers. They are good against light infantry, and they are good against heavy cavalry. And then the real decision is, what do we do with our flanks? So Equites have a maneuver of 2. Auxilia have a maneuver of 3. So these guys can penetrate a little bit deeper into their lines. I think so they're not... So the Auxilia are definitely weak against heavy infantry. They really just mop up. So the Equites, the best I can say is they're less bad against heavy infantry. I'm curious, is there a good flanking unit against... Yes, the Equites Sagittari. Actually, so this... I might want to consider trying to find a source of this. They're not great against light cavalry. That would be a problem. So yeah, this is the real challenge. I think I am going to go for heavy cavalry because I'm going to be going up against opponents which have heavy infantry. But I might want to reconsider my position on the light cavalry, because I can actually see them as being very useful in most situations, especially against light infantry. I might even just make some. I might even just make some legions with five, 5 of the light, 5 of the heavy, and then I just swap them in and out later on. But I think I'm gonna go with a slight variation from the starting setup. I'm gonna make the same thing, but I'm gonna have 5 heavy cavalry, and then. Right, where are you, and why would I want an alliance with you? I will decline. So I just declined because my intention is going to be to conquer this entire region and to do so fairly rapidly. So the main effort in the next little bit... Okay, I've got these guys, so let's build up. And then... So this is going to be pretty heavy on the public finances, but we will put Publius Sempronius Sophus. This is my current ruler in charge. And then these guys, I need to pick. So deception seems to be the best choice for an so tactic effectiveness. So bottleneck and shock action would be the preference of the Etrurians if I went by their unit composition, with bottleneck sort of being the best option. It's entirely possible they'd try a shock action, though. So bottleneck's the counter to the shock, and the counter to the bottleneck is skirmish. I think I am going to focus on bottleneck for the next little while. Might change for this unit. We'll also make heavy cavalry the flanking unit in this case. Now, I don't have enough money to be able to build some infrastructure, so we're going to wait on that. It's a little bit of a shame because my ruler, Publius Sempronius Sophus, is rather good at building things, but I sort of want to get my army off the ground. The thing is that a strong army will allow me to sort of enforce demands which involve emptying my enemy's treasury. And that's kind of the big, in my opinion, that's the big reason why I want to build up that army right away. So the end of the recent conflict with our enemies in Etruria and Samnium has left our republic as the strongest power in the Italian peninsula. Our victory has firmly convinced our feudatories in the value of supporting our cause and has shown other small states the value of being on our side. Roman settlers are now moving of their own accord into regions in the north and east, establishing new colonies and expecting our protection. Everyone now looks to us from Samnium to Etruria to Sicily and Carthage, awaiting our next move. I sing of warfare and a man at war, so we have gained claims on the following provinces: Tuscia, Etruria, Campania, Apulia, Lucania, and Picenum. This is why I didn't spend the oratory to gain... excuse me. This is why I didn't spend the oratory to get the claims. And where are we? I don't know why it says anything about these characters. Yep, Talman Alive. Rome's our usual Monday fare. Although I do need to figure out what I'm going to do about Stellaris, because I do still want to finish that game on stream. But great to see you again. All right, so I'm just going to take a quick minute here. Let's go to the province. So where's Tuscia? Okay. 1, 2, 3. We don't actually have a claim here. Campania. Okay, so basically something like this we just gain claims on. That's odd that Eternum isn't included in there. All right, well, let's carry on. All right, so first things first, I'm trying to build up my my cohorts in preparation for the war. If I can, I'd like to, I'd like to put some money towards towards building buildings. But again, the more I'm able to. Oh yeah, we're at -6, so I need to. I basically have 10 months before I go into pretty substantial debt. So no time like the present to get the campaign underway. Now it's important to remember that this is going to be a fairly. This is going to have some high attrition in certain regions, so I want to be careful about that. Declare war. Oh, so we do have a claim on this region. Interesting. Maybe I'll do more than one. Sungift, thank you very much for another month subscription. Numbers are coming back up. Thank you kindly for that. Quintus Fabius Rullianus has sent word that he has fallen ill. Perhaps if he's wealthy enough, he will seek treatment of his own volition. Otherwise, we can always step in if his condition worsens. So unfortunate, but we're not able to afford his recovery. So this is going to be... This normally would be a pretty questionable choice. I think I can pull it off, though. So I wonder if there's anything I can do to try and bring these guys on side. What's our support? 54 seats. I need 6 more. Honestly, at this point, I think we're just gonna... We'll get our legions in position. Now, this is just a super risky play. But I'm actually going to open a war on sort of 2 fronts. So, so we'll take Centurion or Picenum. I think Picenum probably has more of the territory, so we'll say okay there. So we got some tyranny for that. In this case, it does affect the happiness and whatnot. But, I kind of have to do it. I believe I will get... Oh, nope, the Senate's not going to like me forcing this war either. Still doing it. So the nice thing here is that these guys are going to be caught unawares. We're going to be crashing right into one of their low morale units. And here, I'm actually going to divide the Legion. This will actually be taken over... okay, my consul were victorious. The Battle of Trebula. During the struggle, 187 of our 15,000 troops were killed. Sabinia has lost the battle. We killed 500,000 troops. So we really caught them unprepared. This guy's already going to make an escape. So what we'll do here is we're going to divide the Legion in half. This is just so I can secure this territory. And then we'll turn around and take on the main fort. Oh, I don't know what I just picked. It sounds like money. Oh. Okay, so they'll arrive May 7th. They arrive May 6th. Okay, well, we'll just batten down the hatches. Yeah, so we're going to arrive a little late. Oof, this is going to suck. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's so many guys. This was not a good call to start these two big wars. We have to retreat. Not an auspicious start. So I think the way I'm going to deal with this... Oh, sorry. Orange and vanilla Coke kind of choice, because then you should just not do it. Okay. I don't think I can unite these... Oh, no, they're running. Okay. So one of the reasons why I chose to retreat in this situation is just to limit the impact on my manpower. We'll let these guys recover, and then we'll come back with our angry troops. Man, these guys have a lot more troops than I thought they would. So the nice thing is when these guys gain their strength, I'm going to be able to move back into Vey, and I'm going to get sort of the bonus for owning the territory. I need to be sure that I don't lollygag. If they take the territory, that's really bad for me. But I'll at least wrap up this this engagement. We can move the units into Rome too. So the nice thing is these guys are going to be a bit distracted. Okay. By the way, I would not recommend starting the two-front war. This was more of an experiment, and I was definitely feeling a little overconfident. What I should have done though is taken a look at the strategies that they're using. Hey, Pax Cecilia Phones, how you doing? All right, the envoy from the Hellenistic city-state of Tarentum is requesting to import wood from the province of Campania. As we are not currently exporting it, we would gain the following bonus: trireme discipline of +5. Oh yeah, going to war with Etruria, I also need to build up my navy. This might be a short playthrough. Okay, so I'm gonna do the detached siege, but I'm gonna slightly adjust it. So I need 5,000. What I'm gonna do here though is I'm gonna manually break out the okay, see, I need to keep the cavalry, unfortunately. Move these guys off to the side. Oop, that's bad news for my allies, although the reinforcements might arrive on time. So ideally these guys are going to get occupied with the 19,000. Again, I'm making sure that I keep this I want to keep my powder dry, and this is so that I can bring these guys in. Not bad. Surprised at multiple front wars isn't working out for Rome. I definitely underinvested a bit in my army too. So what are we looking at here? Okay, looks like they're... Oh. Okay, they're kicking off the party, so... Oh, you're too late, friends. We'll definitely get a territory advantage on this one, so... Holy crap. I was not expecting... Oh, and we went for a shock. I'm a little surprised at that, to be honest. All right, carnage. Whispered tales are told of the short, violent battles led by Publius Sempronius Sophus. In truth, our own troops fear him almost as much as the enemy. Useful reputation, perhaps. So he's gained the trait aggressive. Martial +1. Nice. He is better with the light cavalry, though, so I might want to switch out the two commanders. Okay, so we'll take advantage of the we'll take advantage of our victory and go deep into the enemy territory. We do want to keep an eye on this region. Again, the aim is that we humble our neighbors pretty rapidly, and an envoy from the Latin local power of Nuceria is requesting to import wine from the province of Latium. This would remove our capital surplus, making us lose the following bonus. Absolutely not. So the aim here, I'm definitely gonna go into a deficit. But is conquering territory similar to CK2? In what way, Pax? So yeah, I do. This is kind of greedy, but I want to see if we can take. I really feel like we can take these guys out too. Oh, I also forgot. We definitely have enough time to sacrifice to the gods. So one less pig, but we do have some bonuses towards taxes and research and whatnot. Again, it still won't cover the cost of the army. I'm definitely going to go into a deficit for this, but. All right, now I can try and offset the costs, but honestly, at this point, we're gonna fund the army through plunder. So what I'm gonna do instead is we're gonna do military artisans first to give a bonus towards military tech investment, and then we're gonna double back and do sort of the income improving. I might even do army morale recovery first, just because it'll help me if I do suffer a defeat. But anyways, let's start with military artisans. So in terms of conquering a province, or whatever the term for the smallest section of land is in the game, rather than terms of casus belli and succession. So you can do a war of superiority, but it definitely ratchets up your aggressive expansion. So you do still need a CB. You still siege down territories in that, but obviously that's not exclusive to Crusader Kings either. It can. We're really suffering the loss. I want to see if I can catch these guys though, so. My consul, a daughter has been born to Publius Sempronius Sophus. We are told the babe is named Sempronia Prima. She's the daughter of a consul of Rome and a member of the Semproni family. Okay, so I forgot to change from shock action. Our discipline is better. They're also shock troops, but I think I'm going to switch to bottleneck, just because I think it's a slightly better tactic where we don't lose as much manpower. All right, Pieria is requesting to import wood. We gain trireme and we get money, which is the most important. All right, so they are definitely in pain. I'm going to switch to bottleneck. I also think in this case we're going to detach a siege. All right, great. An envoy from the Latin local power of Marcia is requesting to import iron from Latium, but it removes the capital surplus. Okay, so we will not do that. But yeah, so basically we were given the CBs from the game, but if I wanted to generate one, let's say, I don't know, Carthage, we could do fabricate claims. But it's definitely not like you send. It's not like you send someone off to. You don't send someone off to like do the mission. You can just spend points for it. Okay. Yeah, removes our capital surplus. Don't want to do that. And again, we're going into deficit. That will have consequences, but the aim here is to just try and get some early war score if I can. I am going to get a little greedy and try and take out Picenum as well. Does mean I need to mind my business a little bit with Etruria. Due to a severe shortage of money, we've been forced to sell our entire reserve of military supplies. Publius Sempronius Sophus has addressed our people and assured us that this is merely a temporary setback. So for 5 years, our morale is down and also our morale recovery. That's the worst possible outcome to the deficit I could have gotten. Attempted bribery. In a thinly disguised attempt at bribery, Gnaeus Flavius, the head of the populist faction, made Publius Sempronius Sophus a particularly generous offer on behalf of his faction. It would appear that the populist faction is getting quite desperate. Nevertheless, Gnaeus has threatened to spread slanderous rumors if we fail to accept this offer. So yeah, in this case, I don't want to lose the stability, and I'll gain 100 oratory power. In this case, I will owe the populace a favor, but I feel super dirty about it. Populists, if they get into government, wind up costing you more to perform actions. Quintus Fabius Aurelianus has sent word that he has fallen ill. Perhaps if he is well enough, he'll seek treatment of his own volition. Well, he was sick before and he managed to get through it, so. I am a little bit lucky in the fact that the Etruscans seem to be licking their wounds. So in this case, the cost to me of going aggressive into their territory is not very high. This is going to give me a chance to take out the allies. All right, the Siege of Intermania is won. My consul, the Siege of Intermania has lasted 340 days before the garrison finally succumbed to hunger and disease. Rome is now in control of the province. The garrison were allowed to march out, and Cossus Postumus has earned 1.5 popularity. So we're going to move straight into Aeternum, and we will move the reserve into Matrinum. This is more of a backup. I think the 6,000 on their own are going to be able to hold their own, but this is just more of a precautionary move. All right, that's kind of interesting that they've got a 0. I guess it's because the units can reinforce. It might be an idea to chase them down if I can. So the real dilemma here is that I don't have, like, this is a very heavy unit to be sort of running around in this area. I don't like that I'm doing this, but I think I'm going to send these guys as a backup. I don't trust my allies to be able to get this done. Nope, maybe it's not necessary. All right, my consul, the Siege of Vatluna, lasted 272 days before the garrison finally succumbed to hunger and disease. Rome now controls the province, and Faustus Aurelius has earned 2 popularity. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to reunite my legions. We'll take out these guys. Now my allies are going to be taking care of all of the bases in this region. Aha! So now we're going to turn around and I'm going to swear I'm going to turn this legion around. Okay, I do want to fight in this region. Ideally, if they're all tied up. Okay, so we're going to be suffering some attrition loss, unfortunately. Oh, looks like they're dedicating to a sea. Oh, maybe not. Well, they're running, but I don't think there's anything they can really do about it. I do want to make sure that I try and claim as much of this territory in my own name as I can. Otherwise, I may not be able to claim it for myself. Publius Sempronius Sophus, in a last desperate act to save Rome from bankruptcy, has appealed to certain members of the government for financial aid. The requests were backed up by a cohort of particularly burly soldiers. So this gives me 6109. Rome games strong-armed with monthly loyalty of minus 0.1 for 2 years. But I do have another invention, so let's say taxes seem like a great idea right now, because we're doing all right in the war. So let's boost our, in this case I'm going to boost the, I'm going to go for property tax. This is because it will, this is going to help me out in terms of, I gain 1034, and so it's a percentage-based improvement. This is going to give me the most money. So, landowners are every state's main source of revenue. By establishing a code of practice, we can avoid difficult situations when it comes to collection. So, we'll still be in deficit, but it won't be as severe. Hello, SCSF. How you doing? Okay, so what we're going to do, we'll split this up just to try and take as much territory as I can. I don't want to get too greedy on this, but this will be manageable. There's really nothing else for me to do here. Once I take this fort, they'll be done. So I'm gonna move the 3rd Legion to start taking some more territory. I'm also mildly tempted. I think I am gonna start building some triremes, but I don't think I'm gonna build enough to transport like the full Legion. So let's do. Ooh, yeah, that's not a good idea. I'll make it an even 5. How goes the old world domination? Well, I made a foolish starting decision, as it turns out. I think I'm going to split this one more time. Hellenistic city-state of Heraclea has offered us 2443. Cool. I won't save them, but yeah. So I made a very questionable decision in starting a war with Etruria and Sabinia. Now we've gotten through it now, but I'm obviously paying in terms of tyranny. I'm paying in terms of money, although that's largely just due to the size of my legions. This is definitely not the smartest decision that I've made. But I believe we're still, I think we're going to be able to wrap this one up. This will give us an influx of cash, and then we should be able to focus on the Etruscans almost immediately after. These are 2 Principes, so the only problem is I don't have skirmishers at the start, but neither do they. You know what? I think reuniting the Legion is not the worst thing that I could do right now. All right, Aeternum has fallen. In this case, again, more popularity for that general, but more importantly, the war score I needed. So I'm going to see if I can cut this up in a nice way. Okay, it's 36 months, so 3 years. Oh, that would be, so I really don't want to extend this for another year. So we'll just take them the old-fashioned way. So it'll be a big, oh no, it's just 3 aggressive expansion. The one thing I really wanted to do was, again, maximize the return. Unfortunately, you can't empty the treasuries of both participants, but we get everything that we want in terms of the land, so 71 into the treasury, not bad. This peace offer will increase your rank to regional power, I am sure. All right, after a protracted conquest, we have finally routed the Sabinian armies and laid waste to their lands. During the sacking of their capital, many important prisoners were taken, many of them having previously held important positions in the Sabinian clan council. They now languish in our dungeons, awaiting whatever fate we decide to impose upon them. So our enemies deserve no quarter. Now my console is already pretty popular, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Banish those of class and put the rest to the sword. Important characters will be banished to foreign lands instead of executed or incarcerated. This will help me with my aggressive expansion. Imprison their leaders, let the rest disappear. Important Sabinian characters will be imprisoned in Rome and we lose popularity or pass judgment on the important family and we get to decide what to do with each one. I do eventually want to try this. But I want to make sure that I keep my aggressive expansion under check. So I'll maybe I'll just do that on like a private save one day. But yeah, for now, same story for both. So it's a net aggressive expansion of 2. So we have increased in rank and are now a regional power country instead of a local power, since we are now an independent country with at least 25 cities. The following special rules can be used. Guarantee other countries, threaten war, and have alliances. We've gained an additional capital import route, additional diplomatic relations, bonus to border range, and government bonus multiplier. So I believe the government bonus... Nope, that's not it, apparently. Okay, so I have quite a bit of oratory packed up. Now that we've united Rome, here's the thing that I was doing incorrectly the last time I played it. I was looking at my income here, and I was saying, is like, okay, the one that has a high income, I want the percent-based bonus of, you know, building the marketplace. That'll improve local tax, commerce income, civilization level. Oh, actually, you know what? That still applies. I thought that might have related to citizens, but no, this is still the right call. Percent-based bonus is. I mean, I want to look at the raw income rather than the percent bonuses, but whatever. It's all of these things tend to be the same no matter what. Why are my citizens unhappy? Other than the fact that generally they're unhappy. It's the tyranny. Okay, I'm curious what that does with my technology. Yeah, so we're at an even 100 right now. So one of the things that I didn't manage very well last time was technology, and apparently there are some pretty substantial bonuses for technology. So civilization level definitely makes citizens happy. Another way I can think about this would be the number of freemen in a given province or a given city. This gives you manpower bonuses. So the nice thing here about having 3 training camps with 15 freemen is I get a very big bonus to recruitment efforts. Fundi, 8 and 8, so you can make an argument that maybe I want to build a marketplace here. Tiber, more freemen than citizens, so maybe I want to consider a marketplace instead. Vey, very clearly more freemen than anything, and it's got a training camp. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking a look at the sort of places where it may not make a lot of sense for me to upgrade the freemen. So like this is a case where I've got 2 training camps and 8 freemen. Obviously I want to keep that the way it needs to be. Austria, I mean, this might be a case where I move them up to citizens, although I'm going to have 7 and 7, so maybe not. Cures. Yeah, I think the way I'm going to wind up deciding... Oh, hello. So apparently Latium... Or, sorry, Carasola. Oh, I think we just conquered this. This is why. I should build a granary, but it costs quite a bit. But yeah, basically the idea here is going to be I want to focus on where my upgrades will have the most impact. So part of that's going to mean building marketplaces where there's lots of citizens. And then the next thing that I'm going to be focusing on is looking at regions that have a lot of freemen. Because what I will be doing in that situation is I will be building training camps, and because I'll be building training camps in those regions, it will mean I am less likely to upgrade the freemen to citizens. And that's going to be how I sort of focus my expansion efforts. I just want to take a quick look at the war with the Etrurians. So yeah, I need to... Sadly, I'm going to need to... Wait a minute, where's Brienne? Oh, it's right here. I'm going to need to put some a little more effort into the conquest. Who are they fighting with? Oh, these guys. Okay, I'm okay with my allies doing the dirty work. The wealthier residents of Capua have sent a formal petition on behalf of the entire province, complaining about the harsh ways of our governor Marcus Fulvius Panitis. It seems that his taxation policy is causing quite a furor amongst landowners who are having to work their slaves to the bone in order to meet the tax quotas. It is certainly unusual for our subjects to complain in such a matter. Perhaps we ought to consider their arguments carefully. All right. I am okay with him losing loyalty because I don't like the idea of higher corruption and higher unrest. So we have crosses to deal with disloyalty. Heraclea, where are you? Who are you fighting? I think I'll accept that offer, and one of the main reasons for that is they're going to be weakening people who I'm going to be at war with before too long. Are we overweight? Nope. We got room for 20, so... Oh, but they are building Principes there, so I'm probably going to have to... absorb it. These guys are at war with Etruria. That is a pity. Okay, I've got an omen. I've neglected to do that. Now, I'm really at odds about this because there's a side of me that says I should do the blessing of Pluto to offset my deficit, but what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get an early bonus towards research. I'm kind of confident enough that I put enough money into my military that I should be able to get by. Now, trade. Let's take a look. We got for upgrading our empire size, getting a new trade route so we can bring in olives to help the slave happiness. I don't think my slaves are particularly unhappy, though. Yeah, like they're the one group who's not... Oh, no, that's not true. There's a couple of unhappy slave groups. Okay. Let's think. Otherwise, what would I want above all? Dyes would definitely be... Dyes would be the choice, but I don't have access to it right now. Similar story with dates. And that's a surplus too. So, okay, surpluses I can get are cloth, salt, wood, horses, and olives. I mean, cloth would help with oratory. Salt. The salt would be really good, actually, because of the maintenance costs. Okay, so in that sense, I'm actually going to wait on the... Well, no, actually, I'll take the advantage of the... I'll get the advantage of the olives, and then we'll switch it to salt when I get the chance. So what I think I'm going to do here, let's get our triremes out. I'm gonna move over these units sort of piecemeal. Too much. It's all too heavy. All right, how many of you are there? Let's move one of the leave. Okay, both Equites are loyal. That's a shame. So I think one of each. I'm not crazy about this composition, but I think it'll get by. I'll get you on the boats, and the rest of them I'll put them down here. So again, I'm trying to cut this up in a decent enough breakdown that I don't lose everything to attrition. I really do want to build some buildings out of this, especially with the civics in control. But it's not a good time, let's say. Okay, apparently I screwed this up, so let's say Equites will come last. I don't want to lose the maintenance costs. All right, now this is going to be... It's going to be a bit of a challenge, so I'm going to take these guys down here. Oh, they know what's up. I think we'll still be able to take them, but this is going to be a bit dangerous. Alright, so I moved the wrong unit, but we can switch this around. Okay, so I want this trireme to move right away. Yeah, they're completely spoiling for a fight. What's their general like? Well, we have both an advantage in terms of skill, and we do have the better units. They outnumber us, but hopefully we'll be able to carry the day. So we'll take bottleneck. Again, I want to keep the attrition low, so we'll take bottleneck. Yep, they know what's good for them. So what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to move and make sure that we get Rubra. Because they lost their nerve, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take more provinces. Or more cities, rather. So I'm curious what they're going to do if I make this move. Are they going to try and recover the city, or are they just going to stand and wait for me to get a positional advantage? No, I don't even want you to go in a port. I just want you to pick up your friends. Again, it's kind of a slow operation, but the nice thing that this allows me, I'm going to be able to put this legion in Centrunium, and then all three will be able to collapse on that unit. So not only do I maximize the area that I'm taking over, yeah, they know what's up. Okay, there is going to be a fight here, so... Oh, looks like they are... Looks like they're making their move. So this still has the commander and we're on mountains, so this is reasonably good news. We also own the territory, so... Oh, this isn't even close. I might even be at a point where I can take the territory. Oh, nope, because we didn't actually take this city. I don't think it will matter though. So empty the treasury. Oh, interesting. Aratium used to be a coastal city. I'm a little confused by that. So for some reason, I'm not allowed to take this. I find that a little hard to believe, so I'm gonna seal the deal on a couple of these other territories while I'm at it. The dilemma, of course, is that I'm still losing money for my efforts. And curiously, the siege is not going well for them. So this will be basically, this is just a 100% territory claim. The Hellenic regional power of Cyrenaica folded. War averted. They folded to the threat of the... Okay, well, doesn't let me finish reading it, but Egypt threatened them is basically what we got out of that. So I'm going to take this last little bit of territory. You know what? I think this might have been Etruscan. I'm pretty sure they just took that from me. I mean, in the worst case scenario, what happens is I just need to conquer this at another time. Okay, so this is full conquest. Yeah, so apparently... Okay, so for some reason we're not... I have to manually request it. Now again, big boost in aggressive expansion, but nice little influx of wealth. Vetulonia, the capital of Tuscia. As the largest city in the province of Tuscia, Vetulonia plays an essential role in controlling the area. By introducing their population to Roman culture and assimilating some of them with our own ways, we could turn them to our cause and make sure the province will stay loyal as we continue our expansion in the future. So you can say, good, more Romans. Now we'll lose 100 civic power, but 20%, up to 20% of the population will become Roman. And they will also get a reduction in local unrest. So here's the thing. Technology, what do I get out of this? Well, national commerce income, opinion maximum, diplomatic reputation, and maybe army morale recovery are my big focuses at the moment. None of these are going to be enough to to bring the budget back into the black. So my view here is that the 100 civic power I spend now is going to be the oratory power I save in trying to win over some of the factions. So in this case, we'll say good, more Romans. And after protracted conquest, we have finally routed the Etruscan armies and laid waste to their lands. During the sacking of their capital, many important prisoners were taken, many of them having previously held important positions in the Etruscan clan council. They now languish in our dungeons, awaiting whatever fate we decide to impose upon them. And as before, we'll do banish those of class, put the rest to the sword, just to manage our aggressive expansion. Okay, so... A son has been born to Publius Sempronius Sophus. We are told that the babe is named Vibius Sempronius Sophus, son of a consul of Rome and a member of the Semproni family. So let's just take stock for a second here. I believe I can actually declare war on these guys right away because of my claim on Tuscia. So I believe they got this from the Etruscans. Turns out they have a fairly strong position. I also think I'm actually going to be able to... So the casus belli is going to be a problem. It's a really tough call if I want... So there's a really good argument to try and take these guys out. Because they're within sort of this Roman culture. I believe they also share a religion with us. And then the argument against is that I may actually be able to win them over diplomatically. So let's see, they've got 22, but again, I don't think they have access to iron. So the allies that they have, 16, they're reasonably strong. 17. $11. Okay. So they would outnumber me for sure. Then the alternative is I go to war with Samnium, who have Lucania on their side. You know, I'm probably going to wind up regretting this, but being able to just swallow all this up, that can't be a bad outcome. So I think we'll go double bottlenecks here. I really should be considering how I'm going to improve my... let's just take a quick second here and do some upgrades. So let's say 8 is my threshold for Friedman for now. So 63. Yeah, this is like a perfect example. So just got a bunch of citizens. I'm probably going to regret that, but this is mostly for my memory. So this is one I definitely would not do that for because of the training camp. Ostia is marginal. My citizens are definitely unhappy, so I might be creating a world of hurt doing this. It's 44, so I'll sit on it for now. And then 5 and 5. Yeah. Okay, let's just take a quick second and look at the other provinces as well. Oops, wrong one. My own Campania. So Capua. Again, want to keep Friedman here. This one would be a reasonable argument to move people up. It's not the wealthiest in the region, but it's not bad. So yeah, you know what? I'm not going to do the well, let me just think about this. If I do the upgrade now, I have 80 to tide me over until the next conquest. Let's try it. And I'll leave this. Actually, you know what? I've got. So I'm not going to build any more. I'm not going to build any more marketplaces, but I definitely have more. More civics to spare. So Picenum. So again, prime candidate for, although they're upset because they have the wrong culture. Well, I mean, we can deal with that. Please tell me his corruption did not go off. Okay, good. I should actually take a quick minute and say, so this region, again, I'm assuming that they're upset. Well, we'll at least assimilate. We'll make them Roman Jews at least. I don't know if I want to spend... Well, I might as well. They're still reasonably unhappy because of the tyranny, but... The thing is that citizens are usually unhappy. Like, their default happiness is something like 20%. So they're just naturally crabby all the time. I think I actually got this wrong. It was the wrong conversion that I did. So while I'm at it, I'll just spend the oratory to make sure people are where they need to be. Some of this will be given up with the aggressive expansion as well, but again, I had a lot of oratory power. I'm not going to be using it for anything else. So I figured I'd try and maximize my research output. Let's take a quick look at technology. We're still breaking even, but I am assuming that's because we also added a whole bunch of slaves as well. I'm a little curious at how these points actually work. So research comes primarily from citizens. The happier they are, the more research they will provide. There are also trade goods and omens. Oh, that's right. We actually have an omen that's helping out with this. So yeah, we're actually at a negative research efficiency due to the fact that we're relying on an omen to improve it. That means I'm going to need to do some more upgrades, I think. All right, good to know. I'll move this guy into the spot. Need to be a little bit careful about my weight in this region just because there's lots of sort of 16s and 19s. But I think what we'll do is we'll hit them hard. We'll hit them hard here first, and then we'll let these guys sort of mop everything up. Again, this may not be my wisest choice, but I think it'll get me just a nice, easy conquest on sort of a Roman territory, and then I can focus all my efforts south. If they didn't take that territory, I probably wouldn't have done it, but the opportunity's here, so I'll take it. Although I want to be careful about that navy. The Hellenic city-state of Tarentum is requesting to import base metals from the province of Tuscia. As we are not currently exporting it, we would gain the following. Light infantry offense of +5. So we'll accept. There's a little more money. The other thing I want to do here is reconsider... Okay, so salt. We still don't have any other regions to import it, so we'll do without. What I'm also going to do here with my navy, we're going to move it close to... actually, you know what? I bet they don't have that big of a navy. They have exactly 2 ships, so we can threaten them in the region. Okay, again, we'll do bottleneck just because I want to conserve manpower. We're going to be fighting a bunch of light units, so I don't expect too much difficulty. And of course, the Senate is on side with all of this, partly due to the tyranny points. So yeah, again, there's a big risk here that I'm going to bite off more than I can chew, but I think I'm able to sort of dictate the pace of the battle based on based on these individual territories. I think there's a bunch of impassable terrain, and so we're going to be able to file everyone through and stay safe. Oh, and they have low morale, so that's good news for me. Yeah, they both chose, we both chose the same tactic. So they can keep throwing people in all they want, but it's not gonna be pretty. I want to see if I can catch them before they leave. Nope, they're choosing a bad place to fight. Okay, so these guys do have access to iron. I want to be careful about this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split these guys in half. Other way around, actually. I'm probably going to have to deal with a single cohort of heavy infantry. I'm reasonably okay with that. That'll just get me some cheap war score. Okay, this is less certain, but I'm going to have some allies showing up, so I'm okay. Alright, they're going to have some bigger guys coming in. This is a little dicey. I think I'm going to commit a little bit more. Oh, there's no reason to be worrying about that. They're bringing stronger guys, but we've got what we need. Okay, our men in Nepete woke up to find a large mass of olives, unlike any seen before. The local priests declare it a blessing of Minerva, and some say it is even a show of preference to the rest of the world. Our augur Pomponius Sulpicius Severio suggests that building a small shrine to celebrate the goddess and to thank her for the gifts that she has given us. So we lose a lot of wealth, we gain religious power. Yeah, we'll say we are thankful for her blessing. I really can't afford to waste the money right now. So they do have quite a few troops coming in, but they're all light, and we're in a position of strength standing here. So I'm just going to sit and let them come to me. It's a little disconcerting to see this, to see these levels, but I'm fairly certain we will carry the day with this. 15 is a bit scarier. It's protracted, but I believe we will carry it even with that 8,000 strength coming. We still outnumber them, and well, maybe. Oh, this may be a mistake. So they actually chose the better tactic. We'll bring in some reinforcements. I think we still win. Good old Roman discipline, but it's definitely a lot bloodier than we would probably want. Okay, during the struggle, 77,006 of our 28,327 troops were killed, and they lost 9. Okay, so we still got it, but it's that was a struggle for sure. And we'll secure this region before we go any further. Alright, so an envoy wants to import olives. I'll give bonus to slave happiness. Reasonably okay with that. Now, unfortunately, we don't have grain coming in anymore. Well, there's nothing I can import right now, so we'll wait till after the war and we'll reconsider our position. So the good news here is that I'm going to chase this ship down just because I can. This is going to be a little dicey because I'm rebuilding my troop. Whoa! Oh my god! This is very bad. Because they're going to get the terrain bonus here as well. But we're going to be able to move enough people in on time, I think. I do not like these numbers. Oh no, we're carrying the day. Why are we carrying the day? So they chose skirmishing, so that's going to break our bottleneck. But we have sort of the weight of our army composition behind us. So the scary part is this 18,000 that's coming in. I'm going to only be bringing 6,000 to this fight, but they are definitely hurting. Like we're definitely putting a lot more hurt on them. I don't like that they just doubled their numbers. This is bad. I really can't afford to lose this one. Because we lose all that that progress on the siege. Yeah, I don't think we have enough to carry it. I wish we did, but the territory isn't with us. And yeah, we're defeated. 16,000 of our troops lost. I probably should have just read the position better and ran. So I'm thinking probably morale recovery is what I need here. Astonishingly, we are actually ahead of the game in terms of income. All right, what are we looking at here? So they're probably just going to come and try and steamroll us. I need some time to just recover. I think what I'm going to do... Oh. Yeah, this is gross. This is going to take forever to recover. I definitely think I bit off more than I could chew. A petitioner approaches. A strapping young adult by the name of Julia Tertia has approached our consul in private this morning. In a hushed voice, she spoke of a vision of the near future in which she was found by her loved ones having been burnt at the stake. With shaking hands, she offered all her worldly goods to the state in return for our protection. So how awful, we shall take good care of her or convince her that all will be well. Well, honestly, 95 wealth is worth a lot more to me at the moment than more oratory. So here's what I'm going to do. It's going to cost me 9 every month, so we're going to be back to a big deficit. And it's going to cost me 84 to disband them. Or I go for like the full strength. Apparently I can't afford these guys. So it's either 11 or 9. I think we need to get these guys behind some forts. I'm going to hold off on the mercenaries for now. I think I'm going to be able to play the long game on this one. So essentially what I want to do is I want to catch them at a point where they're a little too split up. Then I'll take the greater strength legions. And, alright, Quintus Fabius Aurelianus was elected to office and will now rule our glorious nation. Pretty good stats, and I won't be building anything, but, where's Sempronius Sophus? Oh, it's probably because he's a general. Let's reassign. Oh, cannot remove a leader who's been assigned to a unit for less than 12 months. Alright, so ideally I'd have a... Yeah, I am gonna make it a civic censor. Okay. I'm really not sure what I'm gonna do about this war, to be honest. I can sue for... Yeah, they're not going to want peace. So I think we're gonna wait it out. I love that everybody's giving me gifts because of my early aggressive moves. So the good news is that my allies are actually going to be bringing some meaningful backups. So that's a nice start. I definitely see reason in hiring some mercenaries. Problem is that that's the disband cost is going to be ruinous by the end of this campaign. So I still think this strategy of waiting for the siege to finish is the better one. So for instance, one thing I could try and do is like move my units in to take them out here. Yeah, man, morale takes a really long time to recover. So I guess the good news here is that once I'm at full strength with my legions, we are definitely in a position to sort of dictate the terms to them. Like, for instance, if this was the heavy cavalry, like if my heavy cavalry unit were coming after this, it's game over. And actually that is so, problem is my morale's so low. I also need to move them up a little bit. I'm going to keep these guys back. I want to see if my allies are going to be able to take... nope, they're not. I'm actually probably setting myself up for another... Oh, I'm already committed. This is not going to end well for me. Oh my god. Yeah, the morale is just in the pits. What was I thinking? I pretty much erased any progress I had of recomposing that unit. Yeah, that was a shameful display. I really need to be careful about that morale, because one battlefield defeat like that is just enough to... That's enough to put you out of commission for a very long time. And of course, they've had time to recover from the defeats that I've inflicted on them. So we're kind of back in strength. The thing is, I'm quite nervous about what they're going to pull. I'm curious what the game says our chances are. There's possibility of a loss. And we're too heavy here. I'm going to wait it out a little bit longer. Bond of childhood. Sometimes childhood forges friendships that last for a lifetime, and often those friendships transcend the boundaries of family, class, and belief. It would appear that Tiberius seems to be developing a strong bond with Volumina Prima of the Volumone family. As any parent knows, there really isn't much that we can do to stand between them. Okay. This is a lot closer than it should be. So it looks like they've actually got some discipline on their side. That is surprising and dismaying. But we did carry the day, so... And again, we're overweight, so this is not helping our cause. I don't want to be too aggressive in terms of my movements. Oh! These guys have got some decent morale. They just got a win under their belt, so I'm okay using them against these folks. Honestly, with all the gifts that I'm getting, I'm gonna hire some mercenaries. Actually, we're going to send them to relieve. I screwed up. We might be smarter just to run here. We'll see if we can hang on. I don't think it's going to work. Alright, here I'm going to improve my commerce income just to try and help me out with the cost of the mercenaries. Yeah, defeat. Honestly, these are not the numbers I want to see going into a fight like this. Ooh, this mercenary group does not have the morale to carry the day. Well, at least I'm learning stuff, but this is a pretty shameful display. An envoy from the Latin local power of Pelaginia is requesting to import olives. It'll help our slave happiness, and I've frankly got bigger issues to deal with right now. I really wish these guys would come in. We are outraged to discover that the Latin local power has cancelled the... Yeah, well, that's fine. I think we're still going to lose this. I just don't see how these numbers are going to be able to... I mean, maybe we bleed them out, but... okay, a struggle between the religious echelons of our society and the peasants has recently come to light, as the populace at large feel like religious ceremonies are inaccessible and distant. On the other hand, our augur and his attendants demand the distance needed to do their jobs properly. An argument the peasants have no, I think it's and argue the peasants have no rights to the inner workings of our religious ceremonies. I do like the fact that I get more stability for this. So omen power, omen duration going down, and the augur losing loyalty is not great, but having a level 3 stability is definitely a big bonus. So okay, so they just got a morale boost. I'm assuming it's because my guys are running. Maybe the 3,000 will be able to help out. They are full strength. If we can hold on long enough for them to show up, I'm going to be so happy. Holy smokes. Okay, unusually, Gaius Piperius has started to insist on formal uniform regulations for all who serve under him. Even more unusually, it appears to be having a positive effect on the outcome of his military engagements. Okay, so again, at least we're sort of boosting things. 15 cohorts, 7 cohorts, 14 cohorts. Where are my other 7? Oh crap, did they... No, they're here. So that explains a little bit of my dilemma. This is advantageous to me, so I've kind of got them boxed in with a pretty strong mercenary unit. Not doing that. How's this battle going? Reasonably well. 15 cohorts, so we'll take them off to this. Actually, they're in reasonably good spirits, so... No, that gives attrition, so... But we don't keep this if we don't get the... Okay, so this is going to be a little dangerous because they might try to recover it. They did pick a hard counter to my tactics, so I think we're going to reinforce. We're almost at full strength, so this is not a terrible move. Okay, well, we were victorious even without the troops, so never mind. I'm going to move these guys up to Luna. And the reason for that is I want them to hold the... I want them to sort of hold this this area and stop a retaliation to the to this siege. The thing is, we're really short on manpower now, so a lot of these sieges are going to cost me pretty heavily. But again, this isn't, I mean, it's disappointing to run into some of the stuff like this. Oh, I can't go to Luna because they have the fort there. Obviously, I'm making some really boneheaded moves, but one of the things for me is like I like making mistakes like this in a game like this precisely because I don't learn when I'm dominating all the time. I learn when, you know, I get overconfident. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. It looks like we already have a surplus of wine, so that's not beneficial to me. So here we're just going to sit and wait for this this siege to finish. I originally did want to detach the siege, but apparently it's too small. So, hey, Kicknick, how you doing? I'm learning about my limits. Fortunately, I do seem to have the upper hand. Glad to hear you're doing all right. Oh, not too bad. I got a little bit of a later start, but that's because I was recording another Surviving Mars episode. I really like that game. This is the great shame, in my opinion, about Paradox being quite generous. Well, not generous. I mean, obviously they're getting something in return. But Paradox, you know, having a good enough relationship with Paradox that I get keys to some of this stuff. I really have too many games to play now. If I had my preference, I would do, on a fairly regular basis, Surviving Mars, Imperator Rome, Stellaris, and probably Crusader Kings. And then in addition to that, there would be Cultist Simulator. And then in terms of other things that I like to do fairly regularly, at least XCOM 2 and Darkest Dungeon. So that's 7. So even if I did a game a day on a full week, no break schedule, you know, the Paradox component would still probably be the largest single chunk. But I'm doing my best to try and make those divisions work. So apparently it's lying to me about the attrition. I guess we can put him here. No, I was actually really unhappy with the way people were behaving in chat based on Catherine, and I basically stopped playing it. But the person sort of most responsible, I really do not like ending casts because of like a negative experience with chat, but I've also sort of learned that it's important to do that. Otherwise, it just becomes several hours of really unpleasant exchanges, or just like it's clear that my enthusiasm is waning. But I think sort of the ringleader of the problems doesn't watch the cast anymore, so I might try Catherine again. But yeah, it's one of these things like I try not to take, the big problem that I run into is that I try not to take myself so seriously that I you know, that I take this position of like, you cannot second guess, you cannot question me at any point. I do like to be able to laugh at myself, but I think the problem with a puzzle game like that, like I have watched people play Catherine, the puzzle part, and I've looked and I'm like, the answer is so obvious. And this is true of every game with a strategic or puzzle element to it, because you are able to see the paths that are not working for them, and you are also not under the pressure that they're facing. And so the audience is always going to be quote unquote smarter than the streamer. So I've felt that urge. The thing that's different for me is I've never felt the urge to explain to the streamer. And the one thing that I don't like is, like, you know, obviously I have at least some semblance of a reputation for being okay at some of the more sort of strategic sort of stuff. So the time that I blow it is going to be a time for people to sort of like, you know, get a bit of mockery in. And in one sense, it's like, okay, whatever, you know, I'm a big boy, I can handle, I can handle that experience. But I really don't like it when it's just sort of like when I play a game like Catherine, I now actually have to factor it into the reckoning that I'm not going to hear anything nice from people, that it's just going to be mockery. And while I think I can handle that in small doses, I really do not like it when the chat environment becomes effectively hostile, even if it's well-meaning. And games like Catherine have a really big problem with that, because in the end, everybody wants to get their quote-unquote friendly ribbing in, and the translation is that almost everyone who's participating in chat is saying something negative about the gameplay, and it really makes me just sit down and say, it's like, why am I even playing this right now? So it's a very difficult one. Backseating is sort of a problem, but less so in that one. It's really the fact that people are... I think it's very hard for people to understand the difference between good-natured ribbing and effectively bullying. And I think it's because they think about what they're saying individually and how it's, in a spirit of fun. And I also understand that individually each person thinks that. But when you look at a chat and everything is just really unkind, it just makes me say, like, because Catherine, I wasn't given a key for that. I bought it, and I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to play this game, if I want to enjoy this game, I want to see what's going on. And if this is what it costs me to play this game in front of people, then I'm just going to do it on my own. And that's why I sort of stopped streaming Catherine for a bit. I should give it a shot again, though. Yes, this is a new Rome save, Kicknick. Sorry about that. I was trying to answer some of the other questions in the chat. Also, this could not have come at a better time. Well, maybe sooner, but Principes, heavy infantry, discipline plus 10%, veteran warriors, all the wealthy Principes sported heavy armor and fought in tight-knit maniples, making excellent line troops. But yeah, like I said, I mean, I understand intellectually that people are not deliberately trying to be hurtful in what they're saying. But I also think it's one of these ones where, because no single raindrop thinks it's responsible for the flood is maybe the best way to put it. The outcome is unfortunately the same. In this case, I don't really have a need for triremes in combat yet. So we're going to do humane conduct to improve my diplomatic reputation, because I'm probably going to be at a point where I want to improve my manpower. So humane conduct. The concept of battlefield honor has existed for millennia. Nonetheless, we should set down a code for dealing with our opponents that we ourselves might receive fair treatment in defeat. Also, wow, this really is 15 cohort strength. I should probably let these guys relax for a bit after. So there's a big force heading towards us, but I believe we will have the... Well, it's going to be tricky. Received an envoy sent by a tribal chief, Severius Oppius, the ruler of our subject, Peligania. He offers our ruler consul Quintus Fabius Rullianus his personal friendship. Strengthening our connection with our subject could have some benefits. Yes, this could be useful. So again, we'll let the siege finish. I think I'm going to move the mercenary unit up first. So what I basically need to be ready for is, looks like 11, 21... So I basically need to worry about a 30k strength. Now that's fine, because we have 30k strength plus the mercenaries. So we have what it takes to finish this off. But I really do not want to be losing this kind of manpower. Okay, so this is good news here. I'm definitely going to let my allies take the brunt of this. And these guys just need to chill for a bit. Yeah, so this sort of thing I'm totally fine with. In fact, I'm great. Martial advance is advance. The representative of the populist faction, Gnaeus Flavius, has taken it upon himself to call in a favor. It would cause some embarrassment if we were to decline this request. So let's say very well. Apparently this was to remove the augur. So let's put we'll put the best equipped in there. So again, I'm going to hold off because there might be reinforcements coming in. It looks like my allies have won the day. This is all about preserving the manpower at the moment. Okay, now we'll become involved. And again, with the mercenaries. And of course, the good news is we've got 12k in reserve. Looks like they're going north through the mountains. Now, one of the things that made this one particularly important was because I'm going to be able to sort of claim this nice, long, thin stretch with very little opposition now. So let's get the commander up first. I'll put these guys in deep. So this will probably mean a turning point for us. All right, have a good one, Kiknik. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, that's actually rather good news there. The grass is greener. The cities of Ivia and Populonum have been engaged in a war of words, each claiming to be more righteous, powerful, and zealous than the other. Normally such petty bickering would be beneath our interest, but in this case the two settlements have begun preparing for conflict. The downside to this may become apparent with time. However, the tide of young men belonging to these settlements willing to volunteer for war has increased greatly. So this is great. We're getting some extra freeman output. Obviously, ooh, that sucks. I think I'm gonna move up. I'm curious who's moving in. Ah, they lost their nerve. So again, the more of this territory I can claim, the better. The aim is going to be I just thought this is exactly how I'm going to be able to help the treasury. After protracted conquest, we finally routed the Friniac armies and laid waste to their lands. During the sacking of their capital, many important prisoners were taken, many of them having previously held important positions in the Friniac clan council. They now languish in our dungeons, awaiting whatever fate we decide. Again, we will lower the aggressive expansion. One big reason for this is that I'm going to suffer some. I'm going to suffer some penalties to happiness based on aggressive expansion, especially amongst the conquered people. So, what I want to do here is I want to try and break up this alliance. Yeah, I still want to expand out the land, so it's not. Yeah, so I'm actually going to have to, claim the territory, but I think this is basically a done deal at this point. It's really just a matter of, I think it's really just a matter of me, sort of, it's mostly about setting the terms. Again, I'm not crazy about having to do this siege, but I think we should be able to get through it. It's a little worrying that they're able to muster behind their walls, but the thing is that their morale is very low, and if it comes down to it, we can just sort of have this big final push if we need to into Genoa. So, all right. Darissa is requesting wood. It'll improve our trireme discipline. Not that we really need it. Also, we need a governor here, so somebody with good finesse. I also found out that apparently research is better with finesse, not... Oh, great. We wanted salt for the army. So that'll help me go back in the black. It's going to cost us quite a bit to get rid of the mercenaries, but for now I'm happy to bear that cost. Now, if I wanted, one thing that I could do would be to try and put some troops on a trireme and try and take this territory. The problem is that I think they're going to be strong enough to take them out. Now, the good news here is that the rest of this is all, like, there's one heavy infantry. I'm willing to guess here, taking a look at trade goods. I'm pretty sure we just took their source of iron. If that's true, then we're in really good shape. And again, if we can keep it like this, where our manpower recovery is higher than our losses, that's even better news. The one dilemma. Okay, we gotta move them back. So this one's a bit of a dilemma because this is one of my better legions. It's also one of my more lightweight legions, actually. So one dilemma here is that it's so just like it's advantageous for me to take engagements on this side, it's now beneficial to them. So essentially they have about 20k strength that they can use to try and break this siege. I'll be able to match that with this 8,000, and the rest is going to take a while to get there. So this could be a bit dicey. I still think we're going to take it because their manpower or their morale hasn't recovered. But this is a little this is definitely a little sensitive. Okay, again, I don't want to trade this one off because it doesn't work for me as far as expenses are concerned. Regrettably, I don't think we'll be building infrastructure after this conquest. I think we're going to... Hello! That was very tricky of them. But we should be able to... deal with them. Okay, so... let's take a look at what my tech looks like. And my rivals... Okay, we do have a small advantage. I think, what am I going to get? So taxes at 20%. So we're looking at another 2.8. Honestly, so if anything, it should be manpower, but in this case, I'm actually going to go for research again. And that's because we're going to be in more of a comm phase. I don't have any infrastructure that I'm going to be building. I'm going to be paying off the mercenaries. And yeah, I do kind of want to push my technological advantage. I do still need to be using my oratory to help out with the distribution of citizens, but that's another matter. So this is a beautiful little engagement I'm about to have. Now I'm going to be crossing a river, which isn't great. I suppose I can do something like this. Now, you know what? We have the numbers. Oh, now this I can work with. I'll let them commit. Okay. So we arrive on the... Okay, so we'll be engaging them on the territory, but it's plains anyway, I think, so... Yeah, so again, it's important to take a look. 10,000 full. Everything is sort of at full strength now as far as the reserves go. So now this is particularly good. I'm assuming they're going to be just packing right back home. Oh no, we're gonna completely wipe them. It definitely looks like they're going to be trying something here. And again, they have the numbers to back it up. So there's 24, there's about 30. So at this point, we need to throw everything. We need to throw everything into the siege. It's going to absolutely decimate my manpower. But I either want to scare them off with the added manpower, or I want to hold on as long as it takes to get the rest of my forces in. Oh, we took Genua. They're not going to have their territory bonus. Okay, and they don't have any heavy infantry, so it's going to be bloody, but I believe we are going to have a very good time. So we finally got to repay the favor. Let's take a second look at inventions. So supply limit, siege ability, heavy infantry discipline, capital import routes, research point. Oh, I gotta go for the research. I'm gonna try and be a little bit heavier on my research advances. So, Pythagorean mathematics. The ancient Greek Pythagoras was a mathematician and philosopher of legendary repute. Embracing the practical aspects of his theories will have numerous scientific applications. So again, they have a slight edge on numbers, but our morale is just too much for them to handle. What I'm going to do after this, we're going to spread it all out so that they don't get a chance to recover. Peace imminent. When 905 days have passed with no contest over the war goal, and it's fully occupied. Make it. Okay. Currently, there have been 6 days, so I think I'm okay. So again, in this case, I just kind of want to distribute my troops as far as I can. This one, I'm actually going to move back. Again, this is just to wipe them. This is also the mercenary group, so if I lose them, it's not the end of the world. They're probably going to come back and be very angry, but I think we can probably make it. Okay, let's see who we can... Okay, can't enforce on them. Again, the aim here is to try and maximize the revenues from the war in addition to the... territorial gains. Now hang on. Oh, okay, it's because it's a fort. That's why I'm not able to pursue them. So I'm just going to hold these guys in reserve in case something nasty happens. I'm going to move the triremes up. The main aim on this one is to... Oh, looks like there's a fight. Just wanted some eyes on what they're up to. Okay, looks like they got away. But yeah, this is just going to give me... These are basically scouting boats, a little bit like Crusader Kings. So they have some decent strength. And I mean, the 5,000 here is not gonna... really not gonna carry the day. I guess they get war score for doing this. I'll see them when they're coming, but I need to be a little careful about what's going on. I wonder if there is a... Yeah, I'll be able to take them to Genoa. Okay, well that scared him off. So again, I'm going to assume that they're going to take their full force and put them in place when... Call for peace, gone and... Okay, so we're getting some war exhaustion. I think what I will do, once I... So I believe I'm going to be able to enforce the peace on 2 separate groups. Really? Okay, fair enough. We'll have that goal before too long. But yeah, so when we take both of these, I think I'm going to get a big influx of cash. When I do that, I'm actually going to use it to pay off this this mercenary band. Again, I'm sort of cooking a rabbit I've not yet caught. Yeah, that's I am not at all surprised that they tried this. It will extend me from getting oh, well, here's one thing that's going to help me out. Oh, so I can't force this individual piece because I don't actually have any neighboring lands. I would actually need to take... Oh, that's going to complicate things. I may not actually be able to maximize my returns money-wise. This attrition is going to be atrocious. Conflict of the Orders. In spite of the rights granted to the plebeians since the last succession in 411, tension between the patrician and plebeian class of Rome has been growing lately, partly influenced by the works of Gnaeus Flavius, among others. None of our concessions have dampened the plebeians' determination to secure political and legal equality. However, a new political class made up of both patricians and plebeians has been growing, incorporating the middle-income families of the Republic. We must decide whether to promote the expansion of the new nobilitas as a middle ground or give in to the populist demand for reform. So this, perhaps encouraging a new middle class could be the solution. Freemen will be relatively unhappy, but we get bonuses towards manpower and Freeman promotion costs. So that will be in effect for 5 years. And the civic faction will increase for 5 as well. Oh, 74. Okay, so that'll actually be a nice long run. And only real form will resolve the issue. Rhone games, populist reforms. Lex Hortensia. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at the laws. I don't think this is one that I would want to take, but we can... it's actually... probably should have looked at this a little earlier, so... Okay, so this will lower unrest, increase freeman happiness. Right now, citizen happiness. And frankly, I want the citizens to be happy more than anything. Okay, population growth. This is fine. land reforms, lower aggressive. Yeah, we're definitely okay with that. No election reforms. Bonus to morale of armies and recovery. Yeah, I think. Yeah. I can definitely see moving beyond avoid religious mandates. What's my unrest like? I think the Lex Calpurnia would be my main worry. Honestly, so Campania is a problem because of the provincial loyalty. Yeah, we'll encourage the new middle class in this case. So my reasoning here is that I don't see a benefit to the Lex Hortensia. I don't really want the populist faction to be doing well either. Civic faction growing is always good for me because it makes my buildings cost less. Manpower improvements are nice. We don't get manpower improvements from the populist reform. Freeman happiness is a little bit problem, so it might be that the actual output of Freeman goes down. But the promotion cost will be lower. So if I do want to get rid of some slaves, I believe I'll be able to do that as well. So on balance, I think it's the better call. So let's encourage the new middle class. And again, we're going to be replenishing our troops for a little bit, but I think the 3rd Legion will move next. This is too heavy, but I bet. Yeah, okay, none of that's going to work. Oh, new invention. Okay, so supply limits, siege abilities, discipline I might. I kind of feel like the tech is an automatic. All right, advanced wall construction. The need for greater defensive walls has had great influence on the development of civic architecture, with masons employing ever more innovative methods to construct buttresses and towers. So too did grand civic structures begin to soar to the heavens. So my priorities are basically technological improvements. Excellent. Okay, so I'm slightly curious. Okay, we'll decline this one. Both of those, actually. Okay, this is good news. So I can separate out. Again, after the protracted conquest, we finally routed the Ngaunai armies, laid waste to their lands. During the sacking of their capital, many important prisoners were taken, many of them having previously held important positions in the Ngaunai clan council. They now languish in our dungeons, awaiting whatever fate we decide to impose upon them. And again, banish those of class, put the rest to the sword. Our popularity is already high enough, and I want to keep the aggressive expansion in check. Now, I believe this will allow me to sue for peace here. Yes, I'll be able to empty their treasury. Same story. Banish those of class, put the rest to the sword. But we don't have the territory we need. I am, however... This will cost me 60 to disband. I think now is the time to do that. My allies might wind up being all that I need for this siege, so maybe I'll just stay put for now. As for the first, I'm going to try and reconstitute the first legion if I can. I suppose Genua is the best place for them. That's the mercenary band heading off. Okay, so Need to be careful about the disloyal provinces. That's why I'm hoarding all this oratory right now. Foreigners. Alright, so apparently this does cost us. Because we're 21 weight. Alright, they're not going to be able to withstand us, so we're going to take the heavy unit and send it back to Rome. There's absolutely no point in us losing any more manpower for this. And yeah, we're just gonna let nature take its course on this one. The art of the deal. Members of the mercantile faction have something of a reputation regarding the price of their support. It came therefore as no surprise at all when Lucius Postumus Megallus, leader of the patricians of Rome, approached us with a glint in his eye. So he wants to take 103.29 out of the treasury, an unnecessary expense. He will become disloyal, or offer them more. Yeah, no. 5 years for 10%. Yep, unnecessary expense. I'm probably going to regret it, but this is treasure. I probably should have split up this army. This is just diabolical. We'll get through it though. Again, the aim here is to I'm just kind of maximizing my returns at this point. I want to try and fill the treasury with their wealth. I'm not going to be able to do much to defend this territory, unfortunately, but that's another matter. Obviously, I'll also try and institute some changes to disloyal characters. Yeah, that's... we knew that was going to happen. But yeah, so I'm going to be in a recovery mode. Obviously, my manpower needs to get back before I even look at Samnium. But it will give me some opportunities to build up some buildings, address some of the disloyal factions. If I can, I don't think I'm going to be able to get 100 out of them, but if I can end this war with over 100 in the treasury and a positive... Oh, Publius Cornelius Arvina was elected to the office and will now rule our glorious nation. 866 civic factions in power, so build costs, build times, all good news there. I'm assuming we don't have mercenaries, yes. We're still paying through the nose. Hopefully we'll be able to turn that around, though. Oh yeah, we'll also have a big influx of gold that comes in from our original war goal. I suspect we'll have a pretty high aggressive expansion from claiming this, but honestly, this is not a terrible aggressive expansion to have after this much growth. Again, I want to be a little more careful in terms of maintaining things like my my research efficiency and whatnot. Ooh. My console apparently... arrogant power costs have gone up by 1%. I mean, it's not as bad as the 10% that you get from the populace, but that's still something to keep in mind. So yeah, again, I hopefully I'm going to have a fairly fat treasury by the end of this, and we'll use it to spend on buildings that will be improving. Oh god. Yeah. I mean, it's a shame about the war exhaustion, but it's going to be worth it in terms of the price. I need to keep an eye on the time, though, so... Okay. Supply limits will be good, as will the discipline. I think... I'm actually going to do Tribal Reserve, because I think we just took a bunch of tribal lands. Let's take a look at Civilization. Oh god, so savagery. Yeah, I think this might actually push us into the black as it is. So, officially recognizing certain areas as belonging to the control of specific tribal people is bound to increase their willingness to contribute. So we'll see. I think the month needs to turn over before we see the result, but man, they are hanging on for dear life. But again, my allies alone are sufficient to take this out. Yes, they've got two heavy cohorts, but I mean, I had that and that didn't help me. Okay, so it wasn't enough to push us into the black. That was maybe a little optimistic, but again, hopefully the proceeds from the war will let us build some marketplaces. I'm not... So, obviously, this is one of the... Again, this kind of comes down to why I like playing through my mistakes. I do have something of a temperament sometimes to, like, you know, wanting a mulligan when I do something particularly boneheaded, because I'm like, what am I really going to learn from that, right? That was I got greedy, I didn't respect the game. They want to take olives, again... Maybe, yeah, that should actually make us money. I mean, it's just, for some games, it's sort of like, I'm not entirely sure, you know, playing through a really stupid decision I made. Like, again, if I'm getting sort of arrogant with a game and I do something I know I shouldn't, I'm really trying to, like, angle for, sort of an unfair advantage. Sometimes I'll reset a game, but I've tried to distance myself from that habit precisely because here, like, we started... One, I learned exactly what it costs to lose a battle. The effect of having a unit with, you know, that diminished morale, that is devastating. Like, that is going to be a thing that I use to take large tracts of land. Being able to understand that you've taken a very strong unit out for that long absolutely changes the way that I think about fighting in this game. The other another example of this would be, you know, to say, it's like, okay, so is it, you know, one of the things that I didn't like a lot about Crusader Kings after I understood it was you really just needed to win one battle, and then you could just sort of because they didn't have Shattered Retreat, you could just sort of steamroller over them and they wouldn't have the morale to be able to defend themselves. And so effectively winning one battle would be enough for you to just to turn their forces to zero. So this one here, you know, it's sort of interesting. It's like, okay, so my two legions that I really needed and are designed to be able to take these guys on have just been defeated, and I'm not able to recover them for like months. What do I do? It looks like the war goal has actually crossed over, and I'm a little worried about what that might mean. I wonder if I can make them a subject. Well, I'll run it through, but this might come back to bite me. Since Romulus founded our great city, its citizens have been divided into tribes. Originally, it was an ethnic distinctions, but since the Republic was formed, the tribes have been divisions of eligible citizens whose local consensus is submitted as a vote in the Tribal Assembly of Rome. Hey, the Eyes of Sin, good to see you. The number of tribes has fluctuated throughout our history, beginning with merely 3. There are now over 30, added or redrawn as our state has grown. New tribes are formed as our citizen population rises to better represent the opinions of the whole Republic. There have lately been calls to create 2 more tribes, to be named Aninus and Terentia, to ensure that votes are fairly distributed. It seems to me provincial loyalty and population growth are great things to aspire for. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can close out this siege. But yeah, so like this was very instructive in finding out, you know, what recovering from a bad start looks like. I rather like that I didn't like sulk as soon as I started losing. I was feeling very nervous, but it paid off. So, and of course now we get all the prizes. So another 110 into the treasury, and all the new land, and a bunch of aggressive expansion to boot. After protracted conquest, we have finally routed the Genoutian armies and laid waste to their lands. During the sacking of their capital, many important prisoners were taken, many of them having previously held important positions in the clan council. They now languish in our dungeons, awaiting whatever fate we decide to impose upon them. As always, banish those of class, put the rest to the sword. We are going to move our legions back to familiar soil. So obviously we are not going to be going to war for a while because of the war exhaustion. So first priority, we're going to go to diplomacy. Now it's tempting to do mercantile stance because of the bonus to commerce income. But in this particular case, I think I am going to go for the appeasing stance. And this is just to... this is also because some of my provinces are becoming disloyal. You'd love to hold fan clubs, chats, or stuff like that. You're still waiting for System Shock to initiate it. I've been thinking about that quite a bit. I'm still not sure what kind of time I can commit to it. Otherwise, I definitely would have opened that up. I mean, the nice thing is that Samnium is relatively weak right now, but there's always Lucania in the background, and I don't have the manpower to handle a bunch of excitement at the moment. Plus, we don't know if a rebellion's coming up, so... Okay, so that priority is taken care of. I think what I want to do now is I'm going to refocus my efforts on... Okay, so first of all, Rome's going to get another marketplace. That just seems to make a heck of a lot of sense. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look. So I'm going to say 8 and 8 is the division that I want. Let's see... let's see where I can put market. So this is eventually going to be a candidate for a market. Oh, hang on. I might have screwed up. Oh no, we've got a civic leader. So so right now I'm looking for high return, and part of that's also going to be a high number of citizens, because the high number of citizens is going to help me out with the research. Okay, so Fundi is the next candidate for marketplace. So Lavinium possibly. I feel like Ostia is a slightly better candidate at the moment. Okay, so I've committed to building the marketplace in Fundi. I'm genuinely split about Ostia. I think because it generates iron, I'll probably want to put more slaves on it. But tell you what. So my outside option here is to invest in, let's say it's Ostia, so 44. Let's see what my other provinces offer me. So right now I'm building infrastructure. Following that, I'm going to consider... So yeah, there's nothing here for me. What about this region? Yeah, so it looks like improvements in Latium is still the... Well, maybe not. Campania, perhaps? Capua might offer me more than... I can't remember what Ostia had. Ostia was 44, so... But I'm also recruiting there, so... So either Vinafrum... This is a really good candidate, except that I don't have a lot of citizens, and I do want to have the research bonuses. These are a subject, right? Oh! Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm totally gonna take these guys out when I get a chance. 10 cohorts, but again, that's gonna be enough to cause me some grief. And I did just switch from the bellicose stance. So okay. This is definitely the better call for the investment. Okay, so first things first, we're going to take a look at disloyal provinces. Why is this guy mad? Oh, different factions and tyranny. I can live with that. I can't live with the changes in provincial loyalty, though. So let's, I believe this is a cultural thing. So let's deal with that. They are unhappy because they are not Roman culture. And the aggressive expansion. Let's this might wipe out all my my oratory. Yep, that was enough to take out the oratory right there. One of the things is I do kind of want to focus on the citizens because they are going to be helping me with my... Why else are they unhappy? Oh, it's probably, yeah, so this might have been a mistake because the civilization value is not that good. I was trying to make it so that I could get my research up, but I actually think I just spent a bunch of oratory for no discernible benefit. I'm definitely not seeing it in terms of the research points. But yeah, I've committed them, so I will be getting seven a month. So I can make other foolish decisions later. So now we're going to play a little bit of a waiting game. I'm also near the end of my stream, to be completely honest, but we can still chat. I know it's been a little quiet in chat. I know it's pretty apparent to me that Imperator Rome is not the draw that Stellaris is. I do quite like the game, and I'd like to stick with it for a while because I think there's some depths to this that have not really been explored, and I prefer it when I'm doing stuff that everybody else isn't. If you feel rather strongly about Imperator and you'd like to see it maybe move to another day, that's maybe a compromise that I could make. But again, I'm speaking to the wrong audience here, because if people really don't like Imperator, they're not going to be watching it. But we bring sad news. Marcus Valerius Corvus ate a particularly rotten herring at the age of 81. See, Eyes of Sin shows up and people start eating rotten herring. He is the Praetor. He's head of the Valeri family. So we're doing okay for our score right now, but we do need to get moving. All right, now this is a bit of a problem because we got populists everywhere. This guy's kind of on the margins in terms of being won over to another one, but for now I think Quintus Fabius Rullianus is a good candidate. I do want somebody who's not bad at it. I mean, the censor, it'd be nice to have a slightly stronger one, but at the moment being able to help the aggressive expansion penalties that I'm getting are a little more important. But yeah, if you guys if there's anything you wanted to chat about while we're between conquests, one of the things that I can talk about in between here are sort of the next expansion plans. So death. We bring sad news. Lucius Papyrus Cursor died of a heart attack at the age of 71. He is the researcher and a friend of the governor of Cisalpine Gaul. He is head of the Papyri family. So I do want... Okay, now this is weird because they say it's finesse that determines the skill, but clearly here it is the skill related to the advances. I just want to take a quick look at my generals here. We've got a level 8, but he'll eventually become... He is consul, actually, so I can't make him a researcher. And level 8, can get 1 extra point. Normally I would want to do that, but I'm not... I think I am going to put Marcus Valerius Corvinus. Wait a minute, that goes down? That doesn't make any sense. So if I keep this empty... That's so odd. I'm going to have to try that. I won't do it on an Iron Man game, but I am going to mess around with that and see if that's true, because I have no problem leaving those positions empty if I don't have like 11 skill characters. Okay, an envoy from the Latin local power of Marcia is requesting to import iron from... Yeah, so in this case we don't lose a bonus, we gain 1. It does potentially equip an enemy with iron, but of course we're strong. And apparently we just lost a bunch of money. That's not gonna work well, but we do have a bunch of marketplaces coming online in semi-wealthy locations. Oh, I think I know why. It's because we have to pay for the researcher. Cessitania calls for aid against Carthage. We have received an urgent envoy from the small state of Cessitania. Leganus Indicius is requesting our immediate assistance against Carthage, who he claims have treacherously invaded his country. Their envoy has spent many hours in supplication before the Senate and passionately argued that if we let the cities of Cessitania fall, it will only be a matter of time before Carthage tries to invade and destroy Rome. Given our conflicting interests with Carthage in the Mediterranean and and their continued policy of expansion, this would be an opportunity to escalate the situation in our favor. How should we respond? So we can say we are not ready for war yet. So 100 military power, 10,000 manpower, military expansion, so heavy cavalry cost, heavy infantry cost, trireme costs all go down. Military faction promoted plus 0.5 and gain claims on Carthage or Cisitania, please. Loss of popularity, bonuses towards tax, commerce, citizen happiness, and Carthage becomes friendly with me. Where is this? Are they actually at war with Carthage? Oh, hell yeah, they are. Okay, yeah, we'll say we're not ready for war yet. So the money well spent as far as military power is concerned. We're still a very far way off on maximum manpower, but that's fine. I mean, we're still in a little bit of a holding pattern. I do need to consider my options as far as other territories are concerned, though, and I'm particularly interested in seeing whether or not we these things become affordable. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to table that that development because it occurred to me one thing I wanted to do was... I can never remember which one this is. Government. No. Economy. I am going to lower army maintenance and fleet maintenance. Okay, so... War with Carthage is going to involve me building a navy that can take them on. They've got 30 ships. I have a deficit. So that's going to take me a while. I also want to just take a look at my families and make sure nobody too powerful is upset. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to get the Virginia family. It'd be nice if I could get them another job, but it is what it is. Now, expansion-wise, I have a few options. So we can try and go for Umbria to sort of secure the northern areas. Syracuse would like salt. We're not exporting it, so that will help with army maintenance costs. I'm definitely happy about that. Now, one of the big things here is that this would gain me... There was one with like a really nice amount of money. Yeah, so 13 citizens. Some of them might get demoted. Decent research. You can contrast that with... Well, this is alright too. Are they a subject? Yes. I suppose I can actually try and start integrating some of these people now that I think of it. Happy for salt. One of the main reasons why I'm not going to war right now is because of the war exhaustion. I'm kind of curious what the decay rate on that is, actually. So we're at 6. That will decrease by 0.10 each month. So, I mean, that's a while to wait on that, to be completely honest. But I think I can live with that. I am a little curious what I want to do with my religious power. Perhaps some religious conversions are in order. I'll make sure I have like enough in reserve. We'll maybe keep 250. $220. Yeah, I got a bunch of slaves, tribesmen. This is just to help me with my omen power. Religious unity affects that, I believe. But yeah, so my expansion plan. So I can head north and try and take Umbria. So size 10, they've got an ally with 24. These definitely, yeah, so settled tribe versus an aristocratic republic. So these guys are handy to get because I believe they'll have a reasonably high civilization value, and there's some nice research that I'll get out of that. Let me read this scandal. So, scandal. Scandal is unfortunately part of an average every day in the Roman Senate. Ordinarily, we would simply ignore such petty squabbles. However, on this occasion, the esteemed Gaius Junius Bulbacus was found in flagrante delicto with his lover Claudia Secunda by his spouse Tremula Tertia. Tremula Tertia, the spouse, overcome with despair, has appealed to the Senate to have Gaius Junius Bulbacus stripped of his office as punishment for his brazenly public vice. I mean, she is a populist, so none of our business. 5 support for the populist faction. We won't tolerate public infidelity. Oh, just have him flogged. I don't feel great about it, but honestly, it's better than having the populist faction go up, so just have him flogged. Oh, this will be good. An envoy for the Hellenistic local power Epirus is requesting to import marble from the province of Tuscia. As we are not currently exporting it, we would gain the following bonus: reduction to monthly tyranny of 0.01 and money. So I'll accept the offer. We have another invention, so we can get another trade route to the capital, which is tempting. Primary culture happiness is also... but so is population growth. These are all rather good. Let's just take a quick look and see how people feel. So they're mad because why? Oh, because they're Etruscan. So let's actually go to the capital that I care about. I really want to make sure that the it's the people in the research centers that I'm most concerned about in terms of their satisfaction. Okay. So this is the big catch, that because this is not primary culture, it's a member of the Latin group, but I don't believe Latin is primary culture. So let's say we'll table that one for now. It is tempting to reduce the aggressive expansion impact because that's affecting my loyalty and productivity. I'm actually going to do grain rations because population... I mean, you have people who work the tiles, so... Grain rations, handing out portions of free grain to those who require it, keep the wheels of our civilization turning. Okay, back to our conquest decision. So finishing the northern conquests, we would, in theory, add Sinonia and Umbria. Well, one of them is a different culture group. Actually, maybe they both are. Yeah, so one's Gaelic, one's Latin. Yeah, so Umbrian... I'm not sure. They seem quite weak. Well, 15 cohorts. Okay, so... realistically, what am I looking at? So if I go after Samnium, 15 cohorts, 27 cohorts. So Lucania is definitely going to be a challenge. So Apulia will also join in. Apulia has 22. I am sort of interested. I wonder who I can diplomatically vassalize, actually. So let's just take a second here. The Gallic local power would like fish. Yeah, Freeman happiness goes up. We're doing all right for income now. I'm going to assume that that changes when we switch consuls, as well as when we start paying the army and navy again. I am tempted to put some money into triremes, but maybe it makes more sense for me to sit on that wealth for now. Okay, so realistically, what are we looking at with Umbria? They've got a CB, so okay. So I think I already know the answer to this. I can try and integrate some of these people for sure. I definitely don't think we have. I don't think we have any diplomatic vassalization. Okay, so there might be an argument. Yeah, so the people with CBs, it's hopeless. Like it's just not going to happen. The real question I need to face right now is north or south. Umbria is definitely not in any position to defend itself. They're tribal vassals to the north more so, but I doubt they're... I mean, the thing is, I doubt either of these... I don't know if I call them nation or what. I'm not convinced either of them have access to iron, which is really going to decide whether or not these wars are costly. It's possible. So wood. Yeah, so they're importing fish. These guys are... So what does Vento produce? Salt. Yeah, so wine and salt. So I think it's fair to say that neither of these groups have access to... It's interesting. Okay, bellicose stand. Yeah, but what does it do? I'm just going to take a second to take a look at the wiki on this. Fabricate claim cost minus 10%, war score cost minus 20%. See, the real dilemma here is going to be the national unrest. So, but yeah. So I mean, I think Umbria is probably the better call as far as invasions are concerned, just because of their lack of iron. Then again, this might be true of these guys to the south too. The thing I'm slightly worried about is if there's a really strong alliance that gets together. Because the thing is, I really only have 30 cohorts to my name. They're reasonably strong, but that doesn't really mean that much. Also, good on Aeolia. Yeah. Let's imagine for now... so it's going to start with a conquest of Umbria and Senonia. Senonia. I mean, maybe what might make sense here is I subjugate Senonia rather than seize the territory. Because if you think about it, right, the reason I liked this was because they were in my primary culture group. There's really no reason for me to add this to my territory because they don't share my culture group. I usually accept these moves just because I know it's going to allow for a war between all these people. And obviously these guys not getting along works well for me. I'm just going to wind up absorbing them no matter what. Again, I would rather have preferred not to have to sort of sit back, but I didn't, you know, there was no indication that my manpower was going to be up by 10,000, and I do have the war exhaustion, so it's not a bad time to rest on my laurels. But yeah, honestly, I think at this point, wow, they're really excited about that piece. This should be a relatively straightforward conquest. So we add this to my manpower's tempting, but I think I'm going to go for Minerva again. Again, just my technological advantage sort of feels like one I want to maintain. And it is possible that these guys get... Nope, they're all okay. Actually, Carthage is weaker than me. Syracuse... Okay. Not terrible, and we're reasonably far advanced on our current set. Okay, the Latin local power of... Oh! Say... Okay, the war is clearly done. I don't know how much the land changed. But yeah, so Umbria, because it's my culture group. Senonia, ideally I can vassalize. I will turn that into an attack on Samnium, which essentially becomes a war with Lucania. At that point, I probably need to stop and smell the roses. The more likely condition is once we finish that... Oh, that's right, and it will also include Apulia. That's actually going to be a pretty big war then. Metapontum joins as well. Okay, so 4 cohorts, 16 cohorts, 27 cohorts, 8 cohorts. And of course, I'm currently, I have 30, I've got, obviously, my allies, but I'm going to be relying, I have a feeling I'm going to be relying fairly heavily on them keeping their attention split. I feel so bad I'm not dealing with the aggressive expansion, but I want imports. That was the wrong call. I have nothing I can import. Stone might be nice. Oh, it's because I lack the civics. Okay. That I can live with. Okay, so this is actually a harder problem than I know. A petitioner approaches. A young rascal by the name of Fulvia Prima approached our consul in private this morning. In a hushed voice, she spoke of a vision in the near future in which she was found by her loved ones, having been hanged by brigands. With shaking hands, she offered all her worldly goods to the state in return for our protection. I mean, this is another... Okay, well, first of all... Publius Cornelius Arvina has developed an alarming habit of charging headlong into every venture he undertakes. On more than one occasion, he has been fished out of the river, still raring to get to the other side. So... 5 triremes to begin with. How's Ostia? 46. So normally I would go for the income here, but again, I don't have the same... I'm looking for something both to improve my income as well as the number of people researching. So like, this is not a bad idea for building a marketplace. There may be better though. Nola. And yet they're still... Okay, no, they're satisfied. Okay, so 50 is my best. Capua is definitely a good argument. I'm pretty sure everything in Etruria, because of size, doesn't appeal to me. That may change. Asculum at 32 with 6. Honestly, though, Ostia is the better choice because I get more money and there's more citizens. The only thing here is I don't know if I want to convert out the freedmen or not. So we'll start with that. I have room for one more upgrade. And ideally it's going to be a place where I actually convert the freedmen to citizens. Oh, apparently I have less money than I thought I did. Several nights ago, Lucius Julius Lebo was discovered helping himself to a sizable quantity of gold from the National Treasury. This is why I'm missing the gold. This is clearly a serious crime. However, there is something to be said for sweeping affairs like this under the carpet. So we can have him flogged. He loses health, Rome loses 50, or chide him publicly. He loses, I lose 10 popularity. He gains loyalty. Yeah, he's already loyal. Okay, shame about the money, because that would have gone towards something that produces income. In the meantime, let's take a look at the places that have got market. Okay, so my consul, a son was born to Publius Cornelius Arvinia. We're told the babe is named Tiberius Cornelius Arvinia, son of the consul of Rome, member of the Cornelii family. So I'm gonna bite the bullet on this one, and I'm gonna spend the points promoting. So what did I do there? Well, I basically generated 8 more citizens. I lose the manpower as a result. I mean, I'm doing okay on manpower. That's not really the worry. Although obviously it would be nice if I can get my the rate at which I produce manpower up. I might do that by converting some tribesmen. Do we have any in the capital? Yeah, we do. There. Long-haired Gauls and blue-faced Celts. What's the world coming to? We're no longer importing salt. Nobody wants to trade with me. That or we don't have the civics. Yeah, no, they just don't like me. So I guess we'll have to conquer territory to trade. But yeah, so the aim here is just to take a look at the places where I've built marketplaces. Speaking of, I'm going to have another opportunity to do an upgrade. This sort of thing I want to keep my freedmen at. So they're generating 106, and there's that's being augmented. Although, while I'm here, let's move the tribesmen to more productive work. So Ostia, I suppose I made my choice. I'm a little curious what'll happen. So right now we're getting 367. Okay, so we only lost 7 as a result of that. But yeah, essentially what I'm doing is I'm trying to find these specialist. So like this is really marginal. I'm slightly tempted to say Cures does get the citizens just because it's sort of in my capital province. You know, I don't have a fort here yet. Norba, on the other hand, is a great candidate for another for a training camp just because the freedmen exceed the. I mean, there's a decent slave population here. That's the other factor, but. Against my better judgment, I'm going to do this. I may not have enough for promotions, though. Yeah, I'm too short. And again, so there is an improvement to commerce income that comes from this, but the main hope is to get my research efficiency hopping up. Now, normally what I would want to do here is to try and open some trade routes, but nobody wants to trade with me, so I'm going to spend on the invention instead. And again, supply limit's definitely something that'll help me with my armies. But for now, I'm thinking dealing with aggressive expansion is a little more important, so equal integration it is. Establishing the rights of conquered peoples is an important first step to integration and will lessen the ire of those displeased by our conquest. And the main reason for that is to deal with my disloyal provinces. So we take a look in here. Corsica is a problem. Liguria is an even bigger problem. Pisa is improving. I would prefer Arminium to be moving up, and it looks like Campania we are losing popularity with. Now, some of this will improve as our aggressive expansion goes down, but I want to be a little cautious on some of this stuff. One worry I have, so, our war exhaustion has gone down reasonably well. What I'm slightly nervous about is I'm premature in calling a war. It turns out to be a lot harder than I thought it would be. So it's protracted, my manpower goes down, the unrest goes up, and as a result, provinces and whatnot become disloyal. So at the moment, I'm going to sit and technology. Yeah, so we're getting the Blessing of Minerva, which gives me the 10%, but our base research efficiency is higher. That's what I want. What I'm probably going to do to handle this, we will wait until the next election. So currently we've got Publius Cornelius Arvina, who's up next. So it looks like the religious faction is up. Is there anything we can do to change that? Well, Flavius is apparently next in the line. Apparently not much hope for the military faction to come in. I'm a little surprised about that. All right. Yeah, so with the religious faction taking over, they're not ideal for war, but the big thing is that it's no longer sort of a growth period for me. And at that point, I might consider, what I'll do is I'm actually going to build in some sort of some safeties. Actually, let me just double check. I should take a look at the supply for these regions. So I'm basically preparing the campaign for Umbria here. So we'll start by taking a look at one of the biggest differences from the other Paradox games. Hey, TC Armored, I do know my sensor is weak. All right. So Narnia. Wow, that's really surprising. Okay, country civilization plus 2%. Good news there. I think there's really no good spot for my heavy legion. Lavinium prospers. The Council of Lavinium have sent an envoy proclaiming that harvests, trade, and taxation have all produced a huge surplus this year. In a splendid show of national spirit, they have decided to offer additional income to the state. Perhaps we could let them spend the money for their own uses, however. So we gain 42, which again is another... either we get more ships or we get another marketplace. I'm inclined for marketplace, or let them use the money for their own needs. Now this gives me 2 citizens in Lavinium, which is not bad. It's also 2 free citizens as opposed to... yeah, this is a tricky one because they're training. I think I'm going to say donations much appreciated because what that allows me to do. So here's the reasoning that I had behind this. There is an advantage to still having citizens going in here, even though I can't build a marketplace at the moment, because these people are still going to generate research points, and we know they're sort of in a region where they're happy. So this place is currently generating 2.97. That is definitely not a bad. That is definitely not a bad improvement. But here's the other thing that I can do. So again, I'm just going to take a minute and go through my options here. Like Fragile is a great example of one where I might be, it's like, well, maybe I want to build a second marketplace here. I'm not entirely convinced that's the right call, by the way, but Ostia, Norba. Okay. I might be tempted to... Actually, before I do anything, let's get those freemen up. I think probably... So, Norba's my outside option at 46 with 5 citizens. What can I do in this region? So, Capua, prime candidate. Even if I don't move the freemen up, this is a big bonus for me. Venifrum... Well, I mean, this one on its own is a reason for it. Let's... Yeah, you know what? I'm not crazy about doing this, but just because it's not full strength. Neapolis I'm going to keep as a training. Nola, we already made our choice. And Saticula, I don't have a good argument for doing that there. Okay. Now up to this region. So again, what would I think I was saying? Cures was my outside option of 52, and oh no, that's 14. So Norba 46 and 5. So if I'm going to do an upgrade, it would be in Asculum, but let's see if Etruria offers me better opportunities. Okay, well, this is obvious. This one almost more obvious, but they don't have any slaves for the local economy, so... This is one of the things I like about the pop system, is that it's a little bit more complicated than it first seems. So for instance here, I'm like, well, you know, I need to trade off the balance between the number of people who are producing research as well as the amount of money. And of course, citizens become happier with higher civilization, marketplaces cause higher civilization, so on and so forth. I still need to make a decision about my martial advances, level 2. So bonuses to morale of armies and navies, maintenance costs go up, military tradition costs go down. So I should be getting that before too long. Okay, so with a new console... I think we're just going to go straight in. Okay, I'm also going to do something a little foolish. Oh, I can only afford 3. My bad. Oh, they cost 15. I wanted to buy 5, but that's going to cost me 75. Okay, well, we'll wait for the election. It's only going to come up in... There we go. Publius Cornelius Barbatus. He's elected to office and will now rule our glorious nation. 7 martials, 6 civic, 6 oratory, 8 religious. So good news there. Civic faction is up next, but the populace are hot on their heels, so I need to be a little careful about that. Let's put Caelus Virginus. I believe the Virgini are one of the... Yes, they are feeling hard done by, so... I'll make them the new pontiff. It's also a military man, so not bad to help bolster that faction. Anybody want to trade with me yet? I can get fish. That'll also help my freeman happiness. So let's do it. So yeah, I now have a more realistic picture of my finances, and I also think I'm feeling strong enough that we can push around some of our softer neighbors. I'm not going to go to a bellicose stance. I think I can get away with an appeasing stance because I know I'm going to take all the territory. I might change to bellicose when we go against Samnium, Lucania, and Apulia, because they're all sort of tied in together. The real problem that I have here is figuring out where do I want to put my sort of super legions, or my super legion. I think the way I'm going to handle it is like this. Oh, and economically... So in this case, I'm still going to keep the triremes on low. So the idea here is this is giving me more time for a few things to happen. Number one, war exhaustion will go down even further. So that's just nice to get rid of in general. That's 18 months worth. We'll still be doing the investment, but the thing is that now that the Civic faction isn't in control, I'm not as worried about it. We'll still also have some opportunities to increase our manpower. Again, the problem here is I love my 15k Legion with the heavy horse, but it really does cause me problems in terms of being able to push my claims. But what we're going to be getting out of here, basically, my expectation is that while these guys have their manpower in order, they don't have the cohorts to back it up. Now their ally does, but neither of them seem to have iron, unless something changed recently. So with that in mind, I suspect that once they come to face with my legions, I am going to have just generally a better time of it. Of course, I do need the morale to get where it needs to go. I wonder if it tells you what the recovery rate is. I'm also mildly curious if I've gained new technologies. Yeah, so level 6. We'll wait a while for that. Okay, invention time. Now, helping out with the sieges is definitely... That's definitely a manpower saver, because the shorter a siege is, the less manpower I lose. What's our next? Morale of armies goes up. So I mean, a 10% reduction, that's basically going to mean I pay... that might actually be enough for me to get it ahead of time. But I did say that, I mean, especially because these guys don't have any advances. I think the siege ability is the superior option. So, purportedly used during the siege of Veii, long tunnels could be built underneath the fortifications of enemies, allowing access or even the chance to damage enemy walls. So the main idea here is the first attacks I'm going to be doing, I'm going to go straight to the fort in Ancona. I'm probably going to do a very similar thing with the first Legion, although I'll probably divide it into, well, it's a really tough call, because this region definitely cannot support the Legion on its own. Oh, these guys are already up to full strength. Okay, well, I was gonna wait for next week's stream, but let's kick this off. So we'll declare war. Well, hang on. Can I sway the Senate on this? 46 seats? Hell no. So do I want to take Etruria? Or Picenum? I feel like Picenum is probably the right call here, so... Yeah, we get Tyranny, that's a shame, but... So here I gotta split it up. actually split this in half as well. I'm assuming we're going to meet... Oh, okay, never mind. Oof. Oh god, what are you doing? No, no, run away, please. Defeated. Yeah, I definitely was asleep at the wheel on that one. What the hell were they up against? That's actually surprising. It's probably because of the general skill. It's not my favorite way to start a war, I'll be honest, but... Physician, heal thyself. Okay. I'm not going to put Titus Flavius in place just because I have a feeling that I'm going to want them in a different role. But Marcus Valerius Corvinus, just the man for the job. Members of the mercantile faction have something of a reputation regarding the price of their support. It came therefore as no surprise. Ooh. They're already relatively disloyal. Can't do it, even if it means that they become disloyal. So here's what I think I'm going to do. When this legion comes back, I'm going to put them on the siege, and I'm going to take the first legion to slap these guys around a bit. Unless my allies come to deal with it. Alright, good news for civics. I mean, we're still really short on money, but... I can live with what we see. I definitely do not want to lose that bonus. Okay, it looks like they're running off. So I am slightly curious if we can sustain the siege this way. Looks like we can. So of course it would be nice if the if Sempronius Sophus could get the glory of taking down the target. But at this point, it's a little more of a high priority to me to kind of pursue the war goal. So this is not exactly the best news, but we should be able to reinforce them. The Siege of Plestia is won. Okay, so it might be kind of fun to join this fight, but in this case, oh, I don't know how they snuck away like that, but Siege of Ancona is won, so I believe we could actually... Oh, did their friends not come help them? Okay, so I still need to conquer some of the other territories, but okay, fair enough. So Sinonia is no longer mine. This is pretty much a formality at this point, so 2 pomps were captured, 1 sent to Rome, the other died on the way. Okay, yeah, so this is nothing. So let's move on. Essentially, I just want to take the... Oh, apparently I didn't plan this too well. Although we should be able to kind of push a pretty easy win against a single heavy cavalry. Although it's gonna give them it's gonna give my allies the run for their money. Never mind. Yeah, this is very different from what I was expecting, but I'm not gonna complain about an easy win. Am I really going to have to fight this to the bitter end? Yes, apparently I am. I'll let my allies get the glory. In this case, I'm going to move these guys straight down to the scene of the next battle. Oh, well, this should be done now. So 93 for the treasury, always good news there. We want to take all the territory. Again, the original plan was going to be to vassalize these guys, but it's not an option anymore because they didn't participate in the war. So as the largest city in the province of Etruria, Plestia plays an essential role in controlling the area by introducing the population to Roman culture and assimilating some of them with our own ways. We could turn them to our cause and make sure the province will stay loyal as we continue our expansion in the future. Again, it's a bit costly in the form of 100 civic power. That is a technological advance, but 20% of the population becoming Roman gives me the opportunity to use the oratory power for other things. So good, more Romans. Again, banish those of class, put the rest to the sword just to help me keep my aggressive expansion in order. I should probably start paying the Navy at some point because now I have a pirate blockade. We can pay for the March of the Eagles, morale of armies 10%. And we can call down an omen, and in this case I'm still going to take my technological advantage because I'm not going to be able to pay to keep my researchers happy for forever. Okay, so I'm going to get my legions where they need to be for the anticipated war against Samnium. And then I will truly call it a night because I am already well over my limit. You found that having legions which are personally loyal to generals with high loyalty is actually a good thing since they pay for themselves. Absolutely it is. The Apulian Civil War ends. The bitter civil war in Apulia has finally come to an end with the loyal forces of Decimus Centenius utterly crushing the rebel armies led by Gaius Fabricus and his scheming cohorts. The bloody battle of Turum decided the war when the loyalist factions broke rebel lines and slaughtered them to a man. The outcome of this war is largely irrelevant to us as we do not consider Apulia either a friend or an enemy. Nevertheless, we ought to be careful now that the nation is on track to recovery. So this is, of course, not terrible timing. I mean, their manpower isn't quite what it should be. Their cohorts are a bit thin as well. So I am basically gearing up for war with Samnium. So just taking a look at my religion, our war exhaustion is well within manageable parameters. I'm not crazy about the fact that this legion is just, stomping all over places where they're going to get attrition, but that's life. So, again, Samnium, 11 cohorts, 8,000 manpower. Apulia, 7,000 manpower, 11 cohorts, and the brains of the operation, 27 cohorts, 25,000 manpower. So what I'm mildly tempted to do here is we go hard into Samnium and Apulia, and we switch to, if they're gonna if they're going to have the attrition, I might as well move them all at once. I'm actually thinking we go to shock action. Because first of all, this works reasonably well for the composition, more so for the heavy army. But the big thing here is that we bleed them out. We reduce their manpower so that there's nothing that they can really do. And then we focus on alternative tactics when we go after Lucania. Have a good night, SCSF. So yeah, if we go to war with Samnium, let me just double check how this will turn out. So they're in alliance with Apulia, and they are in a defensive alliance with Apulia, Tarentum, and Metapontum. Metapontum has 4 cohorts, 2,000 manpower, and Tarentum has 4 cohorts, 2,000 manpower. So really, this is going to be a fight between me and Lucania. And I think there's going to be a little bit of a dilemma as far as me just maneuvering people to where I need them to go. But I think this strategy of shock tactics when we're facing the countries with low manpower, and then switching to bottleneck when we go after the Lucanians, we'll sort of get the advantage of my recovery. The one thing that's a little hard here is I'm going to be using my 15k stack to take Bovianum and Corneliani. And unfortunately, I can't split them in such a way that they're going to be able to do both sieges at once. But I think this isn't terrible either, so I maybe go after Bovianum, move down to Corneliani, and the First Legion is essentially just running over, because obviously, so one, they try to defend their territory, and the Third Legion just slaps them around, or they hide behind their forts. At which point the shock tactics annihilate their troops, and obviously it takes Lucania a certain period of time to. In fact, while I'm at it, I'm not going to use the Navy, but we can at least take a look at the position of their troops. So essentially, we take the advantage of the fact that Lucania is going to need some time to mobilize their troops. That'll give me enough time to sort of keep the whoa, what are you doing? Oh, this is gonna suck. Yeah, I'll take the hit or the full retreat. See, this would be a perfect time to do the attack because they're on low morale. So either they're keeping the troops here. That's probably the most logical place, actually. That's going to be 10 tyranny by the end of it. That's I'm definitely going to feel that in the. So I'm definitely going to feel that in terms of the happiness. I think Campania is the really obvious war goal. Okay, no, yeah, this makes sense. I was like, why is my alloy joining them? Yeah, so I think this. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to do this war, but it was such a fast one that, you know, I'm not going to complain. Yeah, so I think I'm a little reluctant just because my manpower is still at a third of what it should be, and my aggressive expansion and tyranny is not exactly where I would normally want it to be. I also apparently do have a deficit, which is a little surprising. But, I mean, overall, this is just a really great opportunity to be able to knock 3 things off of my my expansion intentions. I'm pretty sure Sapontum is not gonna want any part of this. Although they're stuck on their own, so they're gonna be fairly easy to swallow. Wait, do they have any other cities other than? I mean, maybe I just bully them into giving me this one. They'll say no, but I get to steamroller them. Yeah, I mean, this is even more tempting. I don't know. I'll think about all this tomorrow. But yeah, this was fun. I obviously sucked at the start, but we were still able to make some progress. So we are 467. We're still lagging the east, but we're holding our own. I did spend a little bit more time on the north than I thought I would. Again, we definitely got slapped around a bit with some of my more questionable tactical choices, but in the end we were able to turn a bit of a greedy land grab from these guys into some acquisitions. The big problem I have right now is that I'm really not generating enough money to be able to justify the military that I have. And the fact of the matter is my military is not really that big. So I mean, Carthage is sitting on almost 60 cohorts. They have 3 times the navy that I do. And I'm trying to be spoiling for a fight. Realistically, I think what we talked about before makes the most sense. We have a week of the 3 factions we'll be facing. 2/3 are just coming off of some pretty damaging wars. So especially if we're able to get a fast attack on Samnium. I was originally going to go for the siege, but I actually think taking this legion and running straight into Venusia and then turning around and running into Apulia might actually be the better option for me. Is there anywhere that I can put this legion and not have it? Yes, just nowhere interesting. Yeah, I should really reconsider this stack. If I split it in half, it's fine, but I didn't make it this way to split it in half. But yeah, so I mean, the only other thing that I could think of as an advantage would be, I don't know, because they're allied with Syracuse. So actually, this raises an interesting little dynamic. So these guys are at war with Syracuse right now. Looks like Syracuse is winning. Definitely done well for themselves. I don't know if they have any access to iron yet, though. Again, we knocking out Samnium and Apulia. The fact that Lucania gets pulled into this war, that means that I kind of get to knock them out. And so rather than attack Lucania directly, it means that Syracuse is now left without their ally. And so, again, I'm assuming I have claims on, yeah. Okay, yeah, this is good. So the war with Samnium will allow me to take Lucania, Apulia, Samnium, and then following that, there's really nothing stopping me from taking Scipius and Metapontion. In fact, I would probably have taken Sipontum on its own had this not been such an opportunity. It could also be because they're underinvesting in their military. I'm in fact slightly tempted to like declare the war, take out this this legion, and then just let my allies mop it up. That might work. Well, I don't know. I'll consider it. But one way or the other, I'm sort of able to. This will resolve the claims that the game gave me. I don't believe I have any other regions that I have sort of a CB on automatically. These guys are almost certainly going to try and get opportunistic. It's actually slightly tempting to put a fort right here. So I do have the claim on Carthage. The thing that's funny about Carthage is that the more I look at it, like with the... So you've got a different culture, you've got a different religion. there's fewer arguments to take Carthage when you think about it, because it doesn't really... Like, the amount of effort that you need to make it a friendly place for you is pretty substantial. I still need to think a bit about it, because there's obviously, like, this... I'm pretty sure its civilization value is pretty high, so where are we? Yeah, I mean, this is a nice big green map. 43, by comparison, Rome is 44. So, like, this is definitely not a bad place if I'm looking for a spot where I can make my citizens happy. But, again, there's just a lot of investment that I need to put into, you know, improving that state. And again, like, right now, 8,000 manpower, not terrible, but they definitely outnumber me. And you know, it's debatable that I'd even be able to get my troops in place, because I don't even have a navy that would be capable of transporting my existing troops. The important thing, of course, is that I'm gaining on them technologically. So while I'm busy, you know, getting the free claims that the game has given me, in the worst case scenario, they don't give me an event that will allow me to claim the rest of Italy. And at that point, I'm like, okay, sure, we'll go for Carthage, because that means that I'm sort of able to claim some of these other regions as well. And if it comes to that, maybe I'll just start, you know, forcing through some CBs. But the nice thing right now is I get to use my oratory to... yeah, actually, I'll clean up some unfinished business. I'm able to use this oratory to upgrade some people to citizens. That was one of the things I was running into before. So we've not encountered... admittedly, we're in a shorter period of the game. Our economy is not as good as what it was before, obviously, but we have been able to sort of maintain an above-average research efficiency, if only because we're using the Omen to make it better. But I'm reasonably happy with the way this has turned out so far. Anyways, this is quite the debrief. I've now gone an hour over the time that I was planning. So thank you everybody for watching. I hope you found it educational. And I will probably be back next week with this. If you guys do prefer Stellaris, let me know. I'll try and maybe just put Stellaris on a different day if there isn't like a huge demand for it. But I'll probably keep on going with this Rome playthrough for a bit. Again, I was actually, when I started streaming, I thought I was going to do Syracuse for sure. But I've got this one right now. So I believe this is the one that I started. Yes. Oh my god, it's almost midnight. Okay. I should also delete all of these. I should probably just label this one stream. That way I wouldn't need to worry about it. But anyways, I'm going to get rid of these. Yeah, if you want to see another nation, I definitely have intentions of playing some other ones, but I figured this was a nice little opportunity for me to try and learn some of the lessons. I'm very curious how this... Oh, Warpigs39, thank you very much for the follow. I'm personally very curious how this strategy of not spending oratory on CBs and instead letting the events trigger, I'm curious how that's going to turn out. But so far our plans have more or less worked the way that we want. I do wish my research was a little bit higher than what it currently was. But let's face it, we had some pretty devastating military blunders and we were able to bounce back from them. So that's a good day in my book. Anyways, I am going to shut up now. I have nothing more to say. For those of you who are interested in this stuff, tomorrow, I'm genuinely unsure what I'm streaming. I have something I'm really excited to show you potentially tomorrow, but it's not normally a streaming day for me. If I don't stream tomorrow, it will be The Elder Scrolls as usual. After that, Wednesday is normally Cultist Simulator, but I will be at Dirty Rectangles. It's possible I will do another stream a bit before. It will be earlier than normal, so if you don't see it, don't feel bad. It's going to be something totally different. It won't be Cultist Simulator. I'll be uploading a 10-hour video of that to YouTube fairly soon. And then Thursday and Friday. Thursday there will likely be a Surviving Mars video, and Friday I'll figure out what I want to do. But if you just want to watch Imperator, that's coming next week. And again, if you like Stellaris, let me know, and I'll try and find a day for that. But I need some sleep. So have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow or next week or whenever our paths cross again. I'm going to host Cool Eagle. He's currently playing another Paradox game, Battletech, and he's using the Roadtech mod. He is quite a joy to watch play Battletech. He's a really friendly guy, so I hope you have a good time. He's definitely he's someone who's been he does a lot of Paradox games. He'll be doing another one pretty soon. So anyways, talk to you guys later.